Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Friday, May 15th, 3:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time, local time, here in Memphis, Texas. I'm at the Love's truck stop in Memphis, and I am just about to start rolling. So I've been trying to make driving videos up to this point, but too much drama, which I guess is good for driving videos, but once I get too much drama going on, it's hard for me to record the drama.
Turn left onto 4th Street. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn right.
So I was making driving videos basically all drive shift yesterday, but they got interrupted because of drama. The main drama being my air conditioner going out. Everything in the truck started overheating. It was 100 degrees outside, and it was hotter than that inside the truck.
Make a U-turn, then turn right onto 4th Street.
Just a second here, let me get out onto the road. Sweet. This is what I love about driving in the middle of the night. The traffic's pretty light. So I'll try to get you caught up on what's happened since I left the house. So I left the house Thursday morning, probably around 2:30 a.m. Drove down to Lawton, Oklahoma to pick up an empty at a Goodyear tire in Lawton at a drop yard. I got down there and they're not giving me any information on these loads. They're just giving me addresses. You know, pick up an empty at this address. And a lot of these addresses are not really addresses. They're more of like locations, approximate locations. So I get down there to a drop yard off some dirt road, and I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know like what empty I'm supposed to take or anything. So I just get there, park the truck, I get out with my flashlight, and I start looking around for an empty. And somebody comes up on me and starts yelling at me, "This is my yard." And all kinds of stuff like that. I don't know what in the hell is going on. So I walk up to his truck, and he's wanting to know what I'm doing and telling me it's his yard. And I said, I'm here to pick up an empty. And he's asking me who I'm with, stuff like that. Told him I'm, with Landstar. I'm just starting a dedicated with TSD. And he said, "Oh, you're with TSD?" And he said, "Where are you headed?" And I said, "I'm headed to Borger." And then his whole attitude changed. Oh my goodness, I just drank a big cup of milk, but I'm still It's probably going to take me a couple of days to rehydrate off of how dehydrated I am from yesterday. Take a big drink of my tropical punch. So then he tells me there aren't any empties. There won't be an empty until 8:30. I got there at like 5:30. So I was like, all right, where do you want me to park? And he told me where to park. And I said, so you're going to let me know when an empty comes in? He said, yeah. I said, all right, thanks. Took a nap. Woke up to the agent calling me at 8 a.m. I told him that I was taking a nap, waiting on an empty. That an empty was supposed to be there by 8:30. And he was like, no, you're not supposed to be waiting on empties. He said, let me take care of this. And I was like, well, he said he's going to have me one by 8:30. And he was like, no, you're not supposed to be sitting there waiting. I was like, all right. So then a couple of minutes later, I get a text message from the TSD person. And she's like, you should have an empty now. Do you have an empty? And I replied back and I said, no, I'll check with Pee-wee. So I went to check with Pee-wee, the guy that told me it was his yard. That's the reason we call them yard dogs, is because they're protective of the property that they work, like a junkyard dog. They're confrontational and they're very defensive. But anyway, Pee-wee wasn't there. I walked over to a truck that was parked at the entrance, who I thought might have been Pee-wee, or maybe Pee-wee's replacement. And it turns out it was just another driver waiting on an empty. And he told me that Pee-wee was up at the plant waiting on the empty. And he told me that because I'm an owner-op, I jump the line and I get the very first empty. I get priority. He said that he had been there since 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and that the other driver there was there before him. I was like, damn. So walked back to my truck, and as I'm walking back to my truck, the other driver that's parked next to me starts yelling out his window, calling me racist. I can't even remember everything he was saying. He said a whole bunch of stuff that basically called me a racist. He said, I see how it is. You don't want to talk to black folk or something like that. He was offended because I went over and talked with the other driver instead of talking with him, who was parked right next to me. And I tried to explain to him that I didn't realize the other person was just another driver. I thought that it was Pee-wee or some other person running the yard because they were parked at the entrance. And he wasn't hearing that. He just kept calling me a racist over and over. And I told him thank you and went back to my truck. I don't know if he was joking or not. He didn't seem like he was joking. And when I left, I waved at him and he wouldn't wave back. So I don't think he was joking. So got my empty, left there, and drove to Borger, Texas, to a Goodyear plant. And there was a bunch of drama picking up the trailer. They gave me the wrong paperwork. Well, I signed the correct paperwork, and then they handed me signed copies of the wrong paperwork. So I didn't double check the address of the copies that they gave me. I just looked at, the initial one they gave me. And then I went out there looking for the trailer, and the trailer didn't exist. And the trailer number they gave me was not a TSD trailer number. It was a trailer number for Volume, another company that runs loads for Goodyear. And I ran into a Volume driver out there, and I told him, I couldn't find the trailer, and I said, is it normal for TSD drivers to haul Volume trailers? And he said, no, you shouldn't be hauling a Volume trailer. And then a couple of Goodyear employees came over there because I asked, when I was in the office, I asked them, I said, hey, can I use your scale? Because it said, you have to be accompanied by an employee to use a scale. And she said, yeah, I'll have somebody meet you out there. And the guys that were supposed to meet me out there were watching me drive around and walk around. And so they walked up to me to figure out what was going on because they were waiting on me to come over to the scale. And I told them what was going on. And they said, yeah, you shouldn't be picking up a CB trailer. And I looked at the paperwork and I was like, yeah, I think this is the wrong paperwork. This is going to South Carolina. I'm supposed to be going to Texarkana. And they called the person on the CB and told her what was going on. And she was like, well, tell them to come back to the office. So I went back to the office and she pulled out the paperwork. And she was like, well, you signed the correct one. I don't know why I gave you the wrong ones. And I don't know what this load is that I gave you. And I don't know why the trailer is not on the yard. And so she was really confused. So she eventually gave me the correct paperwork. And then she's like, I'm going to have to investigate this and find out what's going on. I was like, all right. And I went back out there and hooked up to the trailer I was supposed to take. And then scaled the load. It came out to, I didn't scale axle weights because there was a yard dog that was pulling trailers. Every loaded trailer he was running across the scale, and I didn't want to slow him down, so I just got total weight. Total weight is 77,560. So that's good. That means that I should be able to easily scale all of these loads because they're all going to be pretty much the same weight. This thing is maximum weight. TSD or whoever it is that's paying for these loads has told Goodyear to put 44,000 pounds in the loads. So they try to get as close to 44,000 as they can. This one has 33,900 pounds of carbon black in it. Which, by the way, these are not grain loads. I thought these were grain loads, but they're this is a Goodyear account, Goodyear tires, and it's hauling carbon black, which is, I don't know, it's some carbon material used to make tires or something. So right after I pulled off of the scale, immediately after I got off the scale, while I was pulling off the scale, there was this loud squealing metal sound. It was like a metal grinding, squealing type sound. Really, really bad sounding. Whatever it was, it wasn't good. And I immediately thought that it was the air conditioner because the air conditioner had been making noises up to that point. So as soon as I heard it, I shut off the air conditioner and the noise stopped. I turned the air conditioner back on, and the noise was still there, but not as bad. So I turned the air conditioner back off again, and then I turned it back on again, and this time there was zero noise. And I was like, okay, did that fix it? And there was still no noise, but the sorry, speed limit just dropped abruptly. There was no noise, but hot air started coming out of the vents. So I got out, I popped open the hood, I looked to make sure that the belt, well, I first started looking at the gauges, because the air conditioner is on the same belt that runs the air conditioner, runs the alternator. So I started checking the voltage to make sure that the alternator was still spinning, and the alternator seemed like it was good. I was still getting good voltage. So I was like, okay, the belt is still there. But I popped the hood and got out there and looked to see if there was anything obvious that was broken, and I couldn't see anything. So I was like, okay, this sucks. Looks like my air conditioner just failed completely. Alright, speed limit's back up to 70. I need to spit, just a second. I think that's a good sign. It means I'm hydrated enough that I can spit, I guess. So I was like, well, I can't do anything about the air conditioner right now, so I might as well just keep driving. And kept driving. While I was driving, I was turning the air conditioner on and off and seeing if anything would happen, and nothing. It was like the air conditioner was not kicking on. There was no noise coming from the air conditioner anymore. Up to this point, it'd make it, whenever I would turn the air conditioner on, whenever the compressor was running, it would make clicking noises. But it would work. And I thought it might have been a loose belt. But apparently it was more than a loose belt. But I was planning on stopping at the Loves in Memphis to have them look at the air conditioner and replace the AC compressor. At least get a quote on it. That's what I had decided to do while I was driving. And then about 10 to 20 miles away from the Loves in Memphis, a loud explosion happened. I blew a tire, pulled over to the shoulder to see what the damage was, and it was a trailer tire that exploded. Sorry, I'm going through narrow single lane construction. And I was like, well, I'm pretty close to the Loves at Memphis. I'm just going to go ahead and limp it in. So I drove it on into the Loves at Memphis. About 2 miles away from the Loves at Memphis, another explosion. This time, it was a truck tire. One of my drive tires blew up. I was like, well, this is amazing. I'm 2 miles away. I'll go ahead and limp it in. So I drove on into the Loves, got in line to get trailer tire, TSD, paid for that. And then on the truck, I had to get a tire replaced, a mud flap replaced, mud flap bar replaced, reflector on the mud flap replaced, and then my other mud flap was torn from earlier. I noticed it in my pre-trip at Lawton, Oklahoma. Whenever I left Oklahoma City, the mud flaps were good. But whenever I left Lawton, my left side mud flap had a tear in it. It was tearing up close to where it connects to the bar. And it had a tear about 6 inches across. So it was on my to-do list to get replaced. Since I was getting mud flaps replaced there at Love's anyway, I was like, well, go ahead and do that one too. And I told him to replace the AC compressor, and I asked, before you replace the AC compressor, can you just check and make sure that it's getting an electrical signal to it? Just check like a voltmeter on it, make sure it's getting electricity to it, because whenever I'm pressing the AC button, it is not doing anything. It's like it's not turning on. And they said, oh yeah, we can check that. And I was like, and you're not going to charge me like $150 diagnostic fee? They're like, no, it'll just be part of the normal quote, because they gave me a quote to replace the compressor, and it was $938 or something like that, not including taxes. The part itself was a little over 500, like 501 or 509, and then the rest of it was labor costs, because they have to drain the coolant from the system before they replace it, and then they have to refill the coolant system after they replace it. So you have all the labor costs of them draining and refilling, and then the labor cost of replacing the actual part. So it was like $400 in labor, and then $500 for the part. And then replacing the tire was another $500. And the mechanic did not want to replace the AC compressor. So he just started doing a whole bunch of diagnostics. I talked about this in the video I uploaded at the shop. He kept draining and refilling the coolant system and checking fuses and doing all kinds of stuff. And he was trying to convince me that it was not the compressor, because if the compressor failed, it would be leaking oil from the compressor. He said every time that he's ever known a compressor to fail, it will leak oil from the compressor. And I'm like, well, it was making a lot of noise before it failed. I'm pretty sure this is not, because he was saying it was probably a control panel issue, which is something he can't work on. He was trying to convince me it was some kind of control panel or electrical system where I had to go to the dealer to get it fixed. And I said, no, I don't think that's the case. And I said, let's just go ahead and replace the AC compressor. I'm quite confident that's the problem. And he got mad whenever, he was trying to convince me not to replace the compressor, and I just kind of put my foot down and I said, no, let's replace it. I need air conditioning. He did not want to replace it. And I just told him, let's replace it. And he was mad up until he finished replacing it. He said that he told one of his coworkers that he was this close to walking out of here, just quitting his job. Like, he was mad about having to replace the compressor because it was a difficult part to get to. And he told me after he replaced it that the compressor on Volvos is a pain in the ass to replace, and every other manufacturer, it's an easy part to replace. He said it's just held in by like 4 bolts. It's really easy to replace, but because of where Volvo puts it, it's a pain in the butt. So he said that he hates replacing them on Volvos. But after he got it replaced, we were all done. His mood changed and he became happy. And I reminded him that, he gets to do the same thing again tomorrow. He gets to come back to work tomorrow and do it all over again. And he said, no, I'm going to call in tomorrow. But we tested the air conditioner and it was cold and we were both happy. So yeah, got everything fixed. And just as I was pulling out of the shop, somebody started backing into the last open spot at the truck stop. I got out of the shop pretty close to their closing time of 11 p.m. The total amount that it cost me, the initial bill was for $1,478. And I said, well, that's less than I expected. I said, did you guys remember to put the mud flaps on there? And he said, no, I forgot the mud flaps. So he went back and he put the 2 mud flaps and the mud flap bar on there and the labor for that. And then it came out to like $1,670 something. So, yeah, it was expensive, but we got everything working. Hopefully we don't have any more blowouts. But that's the problem you run into when you're hauling max weight loads, especially in hot weather. It puts strain on everything. It pushes everything to their tolerance, with pressure and temperature. And if anything is close to failing, it's a lot more likely to fail whenever you're hauling a max weight load rather than hauling a light load. It's one of the reasons I like to haul light loads. There's a lot of reasons why I try to avoid heavy loads. And I'm about to find out what it's like going from load to load. I was expecting that I would have my next load assigned to me already. But I don't have another load assigned to me yet. So I sent a text message to TSD and an email to the Landstar agent. And I have not noticed a speed limit sign. It looks like we're going through a town, though. I think we might be to the point where it's like an interstate. And maybe we're not going to have... Nope, there's speed limit reduced. Went down from 75 to 70. I'm coasting at 60 right now. Out 55 up ahead. Light up ahead. 40. And the light's turning red. Awesome. Oh, wow, that sucks. The road over to the right, there was a flatbed that was, looked like they were trying to back in behind a business to park, and they got stuck blocking the road. They can't finish backing into the business, and they don't have any more room on the side of the road. They're about to go into the ditch. I don't know if they were still trying to back in or if they were stuck, but they were blocking the whole road. So, no parking spots. So what I did was I parked in the outside bay. The Love's there in Memphis has 2 inside bays, and then on the side of the building they have their third bay, an outside bay. And I just parked out there because they closed at 11 p.m. right around the same time that I, got out of there. And they don't reopen until like 6 a.m. And I was like, well, I'm going to be out of here before 6 a.m. So I'm just going to park in their outside bay. I've done it before. Every time I've done it in the past, I've gotten permission from them to park in their outside bay. This time I didn't bother asking. I just spent $1,600 with them, $1,700 almost. And I joked around with them. I said, you guys could at least give me a shower credit spending this kind of money. And they're like, well, we used to give shower credits for shop purchases. I was like, well, do it again. But yeah, I crashed out there. And the entire time I was in the shop, I was logged into sleeper berths, so I only needed like 4.5 hours until my 10-hour break was up. So I set my alarm. I thought about if I would have been able to get a normal parking spot, I probably wouldn't have set an alarm. I probably would have just slept all damn day. Because I am worn out. I slept so good. Whenever I woke up, I was in a very deep sleep. I was sleeping so good. And I laid there in bed, and I turned my alarm off, and I laid there thinking about it for a minute, trying to decide whether or not to just go back to sleep. And I thought, you know what? Here in a couple of hours, they're going to start showing up for work. And they're probably not going to run me out of this spot, but like I'm going to feel bad about being parked here once I'm going to need to move whenever they get here at 5:30, 5 a.m., whatever time they start rolling in. So I'm going to need to get up, move the truck in an hour, hour and a half. And then I started thinking about traffic. If I start driving right now, I'm going to be able to drive for a couple of hours before traffic starts building up. And if I leave now, then I can deliver the load by around noon, and I should be able to get a load for the weekend, because the agent made it sound like if I got there too late in the day on Friday, I might not be able to get a load for the weekend. So I was laying in bed thinking about all those things. I was like, you know what? Let's just get up, get it done, and then in the next 10-hour shift, my next 10-hour break, I'll be able to get sleep. Just a second, I need to spit again. Sorry about the spitting. I would pause the video, but if I reach over there and start trying to hit buttons, I might hit the stop button by accident and just ruin the video. Because it's really difficult the buttons are really close together. It's really difficult to hit the correct button, extended arm, bouncing around going down the road. But that's pretty much got you caught up to what's gone on since I left the house. So a few things about the load. I initially thought that this was a grain haul belly dump. It is not a grain haul. This is a Goodyear account hauling carbon black, which is some kind of black soot that they use to make tires or something. It is a belly dump. When I first saw the trailer, I was like, well, that's not a belly dump, that's an end dump. But when I look closer at it, it has two drains on the bottom of the trailer, at least two. I think it's two drains. So I don't know if I'd call it a belly dump. It's not a dump like I thought it would be, but it drains from the bottom of the trailer. It has two big drain ports. So yeah, this is a Goodyear account, and TSD is a trucking company. TSD is a trucking company that has a contract with Goodyear, and basically I'm an overflow driver for TSD. TSD is busier than normal, so they've hired a contractor to help them out. That's what I'm here doing. I'm here helping them haul extra loads. And I've been told that I get priority everywhere at TSD. I jump ahead. Like if there are no empties available, I get to the front of the line on empties over all of the TSD employees. And that's what happened in Lawton. I jumped ahead of all of them. So that's nice that I'm going to be getting priority. I mean, I feel bad about jumping ahead of other people, but my goodness, those people were waiting like over 24 hours for trailers. That's crazy. I would snap. Like I would quit doing this contract, and I would go and I would run the Ford account if I were sitting for a day waiting on empties. But the air conditioner, if I didn't mention it, I think I mentioned it. The air conditioner definitely works now. When I woke up this morning, it's still listing. It's listed as 80 degrees outside. It was 58 degrees inside the truck. So yeah, these are Goodyear loads, and I'm still trying to figure out their system because all they're giving me are addresses. They're just giving me addresses and telling me to pick up a loaded or empty.
There's construction ahead.
So I don't have any clue what's going on whenever I'm showing up at these places. I'm just having to follow signs if there are signs, and if there aren't any signs, then just wait around until Pee-wee comes yelling at me, tell me it's his lot, his yard. I have a fuel stop in 47 miles. I'm going to top off fuel in Vernon. I have not checked to see what the fuel price is today yet. But that's got you pretty much caught up with what's going on with me and the load. Let's talk about the homeless guy that used to live behind the shop at Love's in Memphis, Texas. So I've been stopping at that Love's in Memphis, Texas for a few years. And when I first started stopping there was a guy in an RV living behind the shop. And like I didn't know what was going on with that. I thought maybe Love's was letting him stay there, Like maybe he was friends with a manager or an owner or something. But he had three, they might have been labs, but they look like pit bulls. And whenever he would open up the door and let his dogs out, he didn't have them on a leash or anything. Whenever he would open up the door to where the dogs could get out, they would just bolt out of that little RV that he was in. Like, they were so excited to get outside. One time I was parked back there, and I was sitting in the driver's seat. I think I was waiting to be called into the shop. And there was this short little Mexican guy that was just walking around in the parking lot, listening. He had his headphones in, listening to something on his phone, and he was playing around on his phone, just walking around, enjoying life. And then the dude in the RV opens up his door, and those three pit bulls come flying out of there. Like, they were almost crawling on top of each other and literally flying out of the door. So excited to get out of there. And that little Mexican dude saw them come flying out of there and just took off running. And the dogs saw him running, and they took off after him. And he ran into the shop to get away from the dogs. And I thought that was hilarious. I thought the dogs were just like being playful. And then the next time I showed up there, I asked him about the dude that lived back there. And I saw that he was only walking around with one dog. And they said, yeah, they took two of his dogs because they bit some people. I was like, oh, damn. And he walked by my truck while I was out there parked in Bay 3 getting an ABS issue worked on the trailer. He walks by me and he's got a cart full of food from the store, like old food that they had thrown out, hot dogs and stuff like that. And he had like a whole cart full of them. Tons of food. And I just assumed that they had, given him the food because, he's friends with the manager or the owner or somebody, so they're letting him stay back there, and they're giving him food, expired food. But he stopped and, he talked with me, and he I can't remember exactly what we talked about. It was just basically like, how you doing kind of stuff. Oh, you getting your truck worked on? You work a lot, stuff like that. I don't remember what we talked about. It was just normal BS. He seemed like a nice guy. And now I showed up there and his RV is gone. So I asked the guys, I was like, what happened to the dude that was living back there? They're like, oh, the cops came and hauled him off the property and took his RV, and they weren't sure where exactly they took the guy, if they put him into some kind of like elderly home, like an old folks, a nursing home, or if they put him in jail, or they don't know what happened to him. But the cops took him. I was like, the cops took him? What the hell? And I still don't know exactly why the cops took him. I got a lot of information. They told me that how I had always been under the assumption that, like, Loves was letting him stay there. And apparently that was not the case. And Loves was not giving him old expired food. He was digging it out of the trash. And Loves had called the cops on him several times, and the cops wouldn't get rid of him. They wouldn't, make him leave the property. And they said that one of the Loves managers told the employees to start stomping the food before they put it in the trash, in the hope that he would leave if he didn't have any food available. And his dogs, they said that his dogs bit some people, and there was one person that they bit really bad. And they said that the guy had some type of mental health issues. They weren't sure what exactly was wrong with him, but they said that sometimes he would act completely normal, and other times he would just act crazy. They said that they thought he might have dementia. And they also said that he, like, sexually harassed one of the employees there at the shop. They said that they had a mechanic, a young guy that was like 19 years old, and the old guy lived in the trailer out back. Like, said a whole bunch of sexual things to him. And I'm not sure if that's the reason the guy quit. He just felt uncomfortable being there next to that guy every day. But he didn't stay there much longer after that. But yeah, it was the old guy living in the trailer, the little tiny RV out behind the shop at Loves in Memphis, is gone. And supposedly they said that whenever they got rid of him, like, the chief of police came down there and they towed his RV and hauled the guy off, and it was a really big deal. I think there were a lot of people involved with getting rid of him. And they said how he initially ended up there was the sheriff dropped him off. The sheriff dropped him off there and told Loves, he's your problem now. And Loves has been dealing with him ever since. And I didn't realize that Loves didn't want him there. I thought that, like, they were letting him stay there this whole time. So that's the update of the old guy that used to live behind the shop at the Loves in Memphis. Bear with me. I'm driving through some narrow lane construction. Yeah, just drive with your brights on. Nobody else needs to see. Oh, they didn't have their brights on. They were hauling a trailer, and their lights were pointed upward because they were hauling a trailer as a pickup with a trailer. "31 miles until I get to the fuel stop." I think it's too early in the drive shift to take a 30, and I don't think I even need to take a 30. I think I'm going to be able to make it to Texarkana in a total of around 6 hours. Actually, no, 7 hours. It was 416 miles from Memphis, Texas to Texarkana, Arkansas. All right, speed limit's dropping. So the air conditioner, the compressor, the AC compressor, the mechanic told me that it looks like something, broke free inside the compressor, and it was just allowing the compressor to spin freely. He said that usually when the compressors fail, instead of breaking free and spinning freely, they lock up. And whenever it stops spinning, it causes the belt to snap. And you generally have to get towed. To a shop. Oh, that car looked like it was going for it with me right there. So I got really lucky that when the compressor failed, it's just went free spinning instead of locking up, because it would have cost me a lot of money to get towed into a shop. Come on, car. I'm going 10 under the speed limit, and this person is just speed matching me as I'm accelerating up to the speed limit. I hate it when people sit alongside me speed matching me. That car could have been up at the speed limit long before I got here. Hopefully we don't have any more drama. I'm not too far off schedule with all of the shop time that I've had. I think my initial ETA was that I was going to arrive in Texarkana real early this morning. Like 6 or 7 a.m. So I think I'm only about 5 or 6 hours behind schedule. Oh, it sounds so good to crawl into the sleeper and just go to sleep right now. But I can't do it. After I pick up the trailer in Texarkana, I might just go to a truck stop and go sleep. Can't remember how far I'm going to be driving on 287, and then I get onto Highway 82, and I take Highway 82 almost all the way to Texarkana. I get onto Interstate 30 at the very end. What's really nice is Highway 82 is going to allow me to completely bypass the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It goes pretty far north of Dallas-Fort Worth. You know, I would talk about the Iran situation, but I've been talking about that in every video, almost every video for the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. And it doesn't seem like there's much of anything new. It's still the United States throwing crap at a wall and seeing what sticks. Israel trying to get the war going again. And Iran overplaying their hand in negotiations and thinking that they're more than they are. I don't think that they realize, I don't know, they must realize, but it's as if they don't realize that the United States is not using their full military against them right now. They're just firing missiles at them. Dropping a few bombs on them from planes. It's still looking like, from my perspective, the only solution to this problem, the only realistic solution, is a full ground invasion of Iran. And that would likely require a military draft. Because we just don't have a big enough army to do a ground invasion of Iran. What a lot of people have been talking about is Trump just claiming victory, which he's already done 100 times. Just claim that he's won and then walk away from the war. But that's not going to solve anything. The Strait of Hormuz will still be shut down. And supposedly the Strait of Hormuz is one of Iran's non-negotiables, is that they're going to control the Strait of Hormuz going forward. And them controlling the Strait of Hormuz it means that they're going to choose who gets to go through. Everybody's going to have to get approval from them to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to charge tolls. So it would still be a disruption to the global supply chain. Sorry, this jackass driving around with their brights on. I had to hold my hand over the mirror to be able to see. I'm still seeing stars. And a lot of the military experts have been going on podcasts talking about, the invasion, the ground invasion option, and saying that there's no way that we would do that. And that it would be a really bad option. I agree that it would be a really bad option. We're in a situation right now where there are no good options. Now, as far as it not happening, unfortunately, what I think is going to happen is that the United States is going to keep throwing crap at a wall, hoping something sticks for a very long time. It could be several months, possibly a year or more. But eventually, all right, speed limit's dropping. They're going to realize that the only option available is a full ground invasion of Iran. I just think it's going to take them too long to realize that. 45 mile per hour turn. And a 45 mile per hour speed limit. Oh, now it's going down to 35. Turn lane closed. So, why do I think a ground invasion is the only option to fully resolve this problem. Well, because of the IRGC, they're the ones in power right now. And I think that they are irrational. They're deluded. They think that they are winning. I mean, they are following their strategy. And I guess you can see it as winning if you just look at it from their perspective of their entire strategy is to just go hide in their deep underground military bases and disrupt the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, cut undersea cables, bomb, data centers and stuff in the region to cause financial hardship around the world. That's their big plan, is to just hide in their deep underground military bases and strangle the world economy until their aggressors give up. So everything's going according to plan for them, but I just don't see it as achieving, victory for, it's. When somebody kicks the crap out of you and you go hide, and they're not able to find you, that's not victory. It's not losing, but it's not victory. But yeah, I think that the people leading Iran right now are irrational. We're not going to be able to make a deal with them. And I don't see any military option that reopens the Strait of Hormuz except full ground invasion. I think that one of the possibilities is we could just claim victory, walk away, and just see what happens, and the Strait of Hormuz will still be disrupted, and then we will eventually go back and attack them again. So this could turn into another forever war. One of the worst escalations that could happen is all of the power plants throughout the region, all the power infrastructure throughout the region being taken out. And that is the big threat on the table right now. The United States has threatened that. Israel's threatened that. Iran has threatened it in retaliation. If the United States or Israel attack their power grid, they're going to attack everybody's power grid in the entire region. But yeah, all this stuff is pretty much things I've been saying for a while, and I just don't think the situation has changed. And I've heard that Trump has been advised as to how dire the financial, economic, and commodities crisis, how bad it is. We're likely to see some pretty big decisions made over the next couple of months, because I've heard that the United States, at their current deficit, will run out of strategic oil reserves around July 4th, the July 4th holiday. And something I talked about in a previous video was we're likely going to see preemptive measures in place to try to reduce fuel usage. They might have some type of rationing. We're likely going to see, once we start seeing shortages in the stores, we're probably going to see purchase limits in stores to try to combat panic buyers and resellers. But fuel rationing is a possibility. And we have this really bizarre coincidence that's happening right now, is that we have a new virus. And lockdowns are another potential option to reduce fuel usage. So we have this new hantavirus. The hantavirus has been around for a long time. And the rumor going around right now is that it has mutated to the point where it's much more easily transmissible. So this gives them a great excuse to go into lockdowns again. And lockdowns would help dramatically with fuel usage. And you may be confused because you've been told by the state-run media that the United States is an oil exporter. We export more oil than we use. Well, that's technically true, but the way it works is that we import and export oil, and we are a net exporter. We are dependent on imports. Refineries are designed to process very specific types of oil. You can't just take whatever oil to a refinery. So we export a lot of oil that goes to refineries that can process it in other countries, and we import a lot of oil that goes to refineries that we process in this country. And it's my understanding that the United States really likes the heavier oils. I think the heavier oils make a lot more diesel. Whereas I think it's the lighter oils don't produce as much diesel.
2 miles, take the exit toward Bentley Street.
Oh, we're already in Vernon. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired right now. I'm yawning. I hope I get a second wind while I'm topping off fuel. As I've already sent messages to the agent and the TSD coordinator, telling them that I would be in Texarkana by around noon. Vernon city limit, population 10,278. Exit in half a mile.
In half a mile, take the exit toward Bentley Street. Take the exit toward Bentley Street.
30-mile-per-hour exit. Let's start slowing it down. All right, traffic is supposed to yield to me.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
And I'll just double check the fuel price before I top off here.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Bentley Street.
Alright, where in the hell? So I've got a truck entrance over here. Let's go in over. I don't know which one I should be pulling into
In 800 feet, turn right
to
on
get
Prescott
fuel.
Street.
So let's just pick one. I wasn't able to look at the satellite image to see where I'm supposed to pull in at because this place was still under construction on the satellite image. It was just a dirt lot.
Take your next left onto Memphis Street.
It's a pretty narrow entrance for a truck. All right, I guessed correctly. Yay. Let's get this one. Hopefully there's no issues with this one.
Your destination is on the left.
All right. Let's switch over to on duty fueling. And yeah, it looks like I'm going to be TA Petro. Going forward. They're just consistently cheaper than everyone else. There are a couple of places where Pilot Flying J is cheaper. $4.29 is actually cheaper now. So the pump price is $5.29 and 9/10, which with the cash discount, it's actually $5.36 a gallon pump price. Landstar discount is 80 cents a gallon, and the state tax is 20 cents a gallon. So once you take away the discount and the fuel tax and the cash, the 6 cent per gallon cash, my raw fuel price is $4.29 a gallon. Do they have water out here? I need to refill my squirt bottle that I prefer not to use my water jugs that have, like purified water. So anyway, I'm going to pause the video while I fuel up. Be back in a minute. All right, 13 minutes fueling up. And here we go. $329 miles left.
At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right. Then you'll take
Wait a second here. Got a pedestrian.
US 287 ramp.
a second, there's a four-wheeler past me on the right, and I'm not sure if they need to
Swipe left onto the US 70 rail. Then merge onto
hop
US
onto the highway and gonna cut me off or what. I should have refilled my drink. I might end up stopping somewhere later to refill my drink. All right, now let's reset the cruise. $326 miles, so that would be 5 hours and 26 minutes at a 60 mile per hour average. I have my cruise set at 65. It is currently 5:36 a.m., so that would be 10:36 plus 26. It'd be like right at 11 a.m. is my current ETA. So yeah, I can gut it out for 5.5 hours, then do the drop and hook, and go find some place to park and go to sleep. Because I did not do a very good job of flipping my sleep schedule before I left the house. So I had hardly any sleep when I left the house. My expectation was that I was going to go pick the trailer up in Lawton, do the drop and hook in Borger, and then stop at a rest area right before Memphis, Texas, and get a full, 10-hour break, get 8 hours of sleep right there. And that is not what happened because of all the drama yesterday. What ended up happening was I slept for about 3 hours at the Loves in Memphis, Texas after all the shop time. So I've ended up sleeping for probably 10 hours total in the last 3 days. The last 2 days I've slept for probably 5 hours. I did manage to get about an hour and a half nap, an hour, maybe an hour and a half, in Lawton while I was waiting on an empty. That damn thing's saying I'm doing 63, 64. I'm showing I'm steady on 65. $60-mile-per-hour turn. I somewhat doubt that, but we're going to slow down just in case because I think this carbon black load is a bit top heavy. The agent has not conveyed to me that running over the weekend, getting loads over the weekend is an issue, but he was talking on the phone about trying to make sure that I get a load before the weekend in Texarkana. That's one of the reasons I'm pushing so hard to get there to Texarkana, is so that I can have a load for the weekend. I really am still trying to figure out the system, trying to figure out how everything works around here. And based off of what tiny little bit of information I got from the agent about him talking about trying to find me a load before the weekend, that makes me think that, like, Goodyear doesn't work on the weekends. So if I don't have a load by the end of the day, Friday, then I might running into a situation where I'm waiting until Monday for a load. It seems like a lot of these places that I'm going to, you can do drop and hook 24/7, but Goodyear doesn't actually operate on the weekend. They're like 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. I asked the shipping and receiving person in Borger, and she said that they are set like 7 to 3, or actually she said it's 7 to 2. Monday through Friday. But she said you can do drop and hooks 24/7. They'll just leave the paperwork in the paperwork box outside the front door. Now that sounds great and all, but what I've been running into at these Goodyear places is that there's drivers sitting around waiting for product. So they may not have any extra loads sitting around waiting over the weekend whenever I finish my load on Friday, if I don't get the load finished early enough in the day to get a load. So it doesn't sound like they have an abundance of loads sitting around. I'm not even really sure why I'm on this account, because a lot of every place I've been so far, the TSD drivers are sitting around waiting for trailers. Maybe they are anticipating it getting busy. But as long as I have priority, I should still be able to get a decent number of miles. We'll find out this week how realistic 3,000 miles a week is. Hopefully I don't have any more disruptions. Didn't this car just pass me? Now they're slowing down. Now they're speeding back up. The morning traffic is starting to pick up. I'm hoping I'm able to get onto Highway 82 before morning traffic gets too bad. Another four-wheeler getting in front of me and then slowing down. You know, if you want to go slower than me, you could just set behind me. Alright, we are flying up on whatever in the hell this is. We're catching up with it really fast. Is this just a van? Is this a van life person? There's a smell of like burning bread. Was that van life? Were they cooking while they were driving down the road? Oh my goodness. Finally got the window spotless. And now I have like the biggest, juiciest bug in the history of the world just splatted right in my vision. Just like directly in my line of sight. What in the hell was that? Looked like a rodent running across the road. I think I probably ran it over. I think I get off of 287 onto 82 in Wichita Falls, and it looks like I am 26 miles from Wichita Falls. 5:55 a.m. So traffic is building and building, and as we get closer to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we're going to be running into more and more people commuting from these small towns into Dallas-Fort Worth. As long as I stay on flat land like this, you hardly notice the weight of the trailer. 44,000 pound load doesn't feel that heavy. Traveling on roads like this. But all the blown tires remind you of how heavy it is. I have got to figure out a solution to more drinks, because the little what I think I just need to buy more containers, because I brought 2 drink cups with me, and one of them just doesn't work. It needs to go in the trash. The straw doesn't align, and I just end up sitting there sucking air. I generally drink like 3 to 4 sodas while I'm driving in like a full drive shift. And I think these little drink canisters are like 24 ounces. So they're the equivalent of like 2 sodas. So I probably just need to get another one of these little drink canisters that actually works. $299 miles. Right at 5 hours. Still 11 a.m. ETA. Oh, I want to hurry up and get this dropping hook done with and go to sleep. Once I get a full night's rest, everything's going to be okay. Just driving on like a 2-hour nap is rough. It looks like we have quite a bit of cloud cover, which should shield us from the morning sun, because I'm driving straight into the morning sun. Oh my goodness, I'm yawning like crazy. Once I get onto 82, which I'm about 15 miles away from Wichita, once I get onto 82, I might start looking for a rest area or something to pull over, refill my drink. Should be able to actually see something in the video now, as the sun is slowly coming up. Oh, I'm regretting setting my ETA. I would really like to go to sleep. If I would not have set my ETA, I would probably pull over to a rest area and go to sleep once I got onto 82. There's a rest area we're passing. What an asshole. Like, some RVers are just so incredibly inconsiderate. The rest area we just passed, there was an RV that had the like collapsible or extendable whatever, where they can like push out the side of the RV and make it bigger whenever they're parked. So they were doing that, taking up an extra parking spot at the rest area and the truck parking. And then on top of that, they also had their personal vehicle that was traveling along with them parked in another spot. So this one RV was taking up 3 truck parking spots at the rest area. And some people get really mad if they see an RV in truck parking. I don't really care about RVs being in truck parking. Like, they got to park where they got to park, and they can't fit in a car parking spot. So if they're not RV spots, then, got to park in a truck parking spot. I do have a problem with them, though, whenever they start taking up a whole bunch of spots, spreading out, treating it like a campsite. It's like, I was here first, I get to claim these 5 parking spots for my little campsite. That I have a problem with. But some people get really mad about RVs being in truck parking, or hot shots being in truck parking, or even trucks without trailers, just bobtail being in truck parking. Some people flip out about that. I don't have a problem with anybody in truck parking that is too big of a vehicle to be in car parking, and there's not other designated parking for their vehicle. Rifle Range Road. Welcome to Wichita Falls, Texas. Wow, that mom and pop truck stop right there. Only about 40% of the parking is being used. Lots of open spots. I did not catch the population of Wichita Falls. I glanced at it. I think it was 101,000 something, but I'm not sure about that. Oh my goodness, I just am getting more and more tired.
In 2 miles, use any lane to take the I-44 West, US 287 South exit toward Wichita Falls.
Yeah. As soon as I get onto 82, I'm going to look for a spot to stop so that I can refill my drink. I might grab a Nutty Buddy, whatever it's called, the chocolate peanut butter wafer. I might grab one of those, get enough sugar in me, and I might get a second wind, just enough to get me to Texarkana. I just need to get a load before the weekend. And then I can nap.
In half a mile, use any lane to take the I-44 West, US 287 South exit toward Wichita Falls, Fort Worth. Use any lane to take the I-44 West exit. In 600 feet, merge onto I-44, US 287 South.
Damn it, still got 20 miles to go until we get onto Highway 82. I thought it was right here in Wichita Falls. It's a bit further down the road. Whenever I dropped the trailer in Borger, whenever I did the drop and hook in Borger, the TSD person that I'm dealing with, the planner, whatever her position is, she asked me to send trailer numbers whenever I do a drop or hook. Let's slow down a little bit. It's a little rough road through here. So I sent her a text with the trailer I picked up in Borger, and she said, "Thank you." And then later I noticed that she also asked how many hours I have left. How many drive hours I have left. Like, I don't want to play that game with these dispatchers. I don't want somebody trying to micromanage my hours of service. I did not tell her how many hours I have left. So whenever I noticed that she asked that question, that's when I sent the ETA. To Texarkana. Oh my goodness, I'm getting really, really tired. I'm having issues keeping my eyes open. $11 miles to 82. Alright, at this point, any rest area I see, even if it's not on, if it's before I get to 82, just anything. The hell is going on up here? We got a car pulling over to the left shoulder. Alright. Pickup doing a U-turn. Or nope, turning off onto a road. This is a rest area. Picnic area in 2 miles. It's going to be one of those shoulder parking deals, but hopefully everybody's gotten up and around and taken off for the day. And I can easily just find a little shoulder spot. Picnic area next right. Oh no. No, this is, I'm not doing this crap. It was just a normal exit. So you'd have to take the exit and then drive around looking for where in the hell ever the picnic area was at. And it probably didn't have any truck parking. Five and a half miles until I get off this interstate or this highway onto Highway 82. I think I might just have to send an email revising my ETA. I hate to do that, but it's starting to get dangerous. Like, I'm really struggling to keep my eyes open. My eyes are doing that thing where they try to close and I fight them from closing, and they just start like vibrating really fast, like getting jittery. Yeah, I've been in this situation several times in the past, and it almost always resulted in me pulling over and taking a nap. One and a half miles until I get onto 82. I just don't think I can make it 4.5 hours.
There are police reported ahead. In half a mile, use the right lane to take the US 82 East ramp to head in and Downsville. Use the right lane to take the US 82 East ramp. Continue on US 82 East for half a mile. In half a mile, continue straight onto US 82 East west Omega Street.
All right, we're on 82.
Continue straight onto US 82 East west Omega Street. Continue on US 82 East for 1.5 miles.
Oh, it's getting bad. Like, I am struggling to keep my eyes open. Hopefully there's a truck stop or something here in town.
In half a mile, keep left to continue on US 82 East Omega Street. left to continue on US 82 East. Continue on US 82 East for 155 miles.
Yeah, my eyes just rolled right there. With my eyes open, my eyes rolled into the back of my head, and I blacked out for a split second. Really need to park and take a nap. The one good thing is that gave me a little bit of adrenaline, woke me up a little bit. Awesome. Bi-directional road and extremely fatigued. Oh, that was a nice bump. That'll keep me from dozing off. This is supposed to be a nice divided highway most of the drive. All right, the little adrenaline dump is worn off, and now I'm starting to get tired again. Come on, give me a place to park. If I can get parked pretty soon, I can send a new email and a new text message and catch the agent and the TSD rep before they act on my ETA. because I don't think either of them have shown up for work yet. The Landstar agent typically shows up right around 8 a.m. and I'm guessing TSD is probably the same. So I have less than an hour, because they might show up early. I would say 30 to 45 minutes. Next passing lane in 2 miles. Oh my goodness, come on, man. Give me a place to park. This is one of the problems with Highway 82 is when I was doing my initial trip plan, I was trying to find places to park along Highway 82. I couldn't find anything. Wow, the next town is 18 miles away. This is one of the issues with limited truck parking. Is when you need to stop and park, it's really hard to find parking. Can't just pull over anywhere. Way 16 miles, yay! We've gone 2 miles since the last sign. Oh, there's a good sign. Over on the right, you can see where they're building the road to make this a divided highway in this section. That means that we're probably getting close to the section of road where the divided highway begins. I hope this does not screw me up for the weekend. As far as getting a load and keeping running. Place is a drop and hook 24/7, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Ooh, it looks like we're going to the divided highway now. I'm moving around trying to, I'm stretching and repositioning myself in the seat and doing all kinds of things to stay awake. Man, this road is nice. I wish I wasn't so tired. I'd like to keep on driving. And there is nothing out here. When the hell am I going to get to someplace that might possibly have truck parking? All right, let's rest area. Well, that didn't work. I clicked on the search button and chose the voice, tried rest area, and it came up with the results, and I clicked on the top results, and it said that it cannot find a route to get there. Hopefully this town of Nakona will have some place to park a truck. Should be getting close. I'm just going to tell them delayed, new ETA. I'm not going to give them any more information than I have to because I don't really know their personalities. And a lot of these people, these dispatchers, these agents, they want to treat you like an employee and they want to try to micromanage you. And if you give them too much information, then it opens up the door for them to like micromanage you. I want to be as informative as possible. I would like to give them as much information as possible, but it's been my experience that if you give them too much information, then there's some little personality trait that kicks in where they start acting like your boss. So I try to avoid acting like an employee to avoid them treating me like they're my boss. Well, that's not good. I saw a Conoco advertisement on a billboard, and it had a list of amenities or features, and a whole bunch of them were whited out. It's like they got a billboard, a sign from corporate. They're like, yeah, we don't have any of this stuff, so they had to mark out a whole bunch of stuff that they don't have. All right, speed limit is going down. Hopefully this means we've arrived in Nakona. Getting a little bit of an adrenaline dump, so I'm not nodding off at the moment. Please be a truck stop or a convenience store with truck parking. I mean, there was a spot where I had enough room to park, but like I don't typically just park in places where I can fit. I haven't seen anything so far. There's a convenience store that has a delivery truck. Son of a... That light turned red on me. I couldn't see what color it was until I got really close to it. And it was yellow, and then it turned red just as I got to the intersection. But the way they had that light configured, you couldn't see the light until you were right up underneath it. I think there might be, maybe. No, there's a truck parked behind of a building over there, but it's not really truck parking. This convenience store has a dirt lot back here. And it has got some massive potholes. Oh my goodness. That's a big bump. Oh, these are some big, big holes. Let's see if I've got enough room to spin around here. Oh my goodness. I am not liking this much at all. Trying to think of a good spot back here to park at. You know what? I think I'm going to go park next to that tanker.
Stop sign, turn left.
I cannot tell how deep this puddle is. Oh, this is not good.
Head toward Grayson Street.
Oh, this is Dairy Queen. The truck parked over here, this milk hauler, is blocking a couple of entrances. I was gonna park next to it, but then I was like, you know what? I better not, because he's just parked in the damn middle of the road. And now I'm wide awake. You know, dealing with this stuff, the adrenaline's going. Maybe I'll refill my drink, eat eat something, and keep on driving. I'm trying not to block the trash cans. I don't know if today's trash day, but trying not to block the trash cans. Yeah, now I don't even feel like I can sleep. Now I feel wide awake. So, this sucks. Like, I was falling asleep at the wheel. Now I feel wide awake. Let me refill my drink. I'm gonna pause this while I, grab some snacks and some drinks and stuff like that. All right, I have eaten some Ripple generic brand sour cream and cheese potato chips and some generic brand chocolate and peanut butter wafers and 2 cups of milk. And I refilled my drink canister, and I feel wide awake now. And the agent and the coordinator or planner or whatever her title is with TSD are both up early today, and they both already responded by the time I got stopped here. They both responded at around 7 a.m. and said thanks for the update. So we're gonna keep rolling. I went ahead and I did a 30-minute break. I've got 4 minutes left on my 30-minute break. It was gonna be cutting it a little bit close. On Texarkana, I think I had plenty of time to get there without taking a 30, but I would have probably been forced to take a 30 while I was there. Now that this just knocks it out of the way, get it done now. Oh, supposedly. I'm looking at the news right now while I'm waiting on the 30 to come up. So, supposedly, Trump is over in China right now, meeting with the leader of China. And supposedly there's some big announcement about China and Iran. So apparently, Xi Jinping, whatever his name is, the leader of China, said that he will not provide military equipment to Iran, which I'm not really sure what that means. Like, it's kind of pointless to have these conversations and get these, agreements, because the last couple of times that Trump has spoken with Z basically told him what he wanted to hear, and then as soon as he left, did, something different. So I don't think we can really trust what Ping says. And then on top of that, it could be, a play on words where China is not actually providing military equipment. They're providing the parts necessary to build military equipment. Like, I think China is supplying, drone parts and stuff like that. So I don't know if China is providing direct military equipment. I think that there are some anti-air systems that China is providing. But yeah, I see that as a whole lot of nothing right there. If that's all we get out of this trip to China, then I would see it as kind of a big waste. And it sounds like they're just trying to get anything positive reported in the news about this trip.
Turn left onto Grayson Street. Then at the next light, you will turn left. At the light, turn left onto US 82 East.
All right, we're rolling again. Wide awake for the moment. The cop passed me on the right. Once it gets past me, I'll get... No, it just turned. All right, now we're over in the right lane. Now let's try this again. This has happened to me several times where I was really tired, like nodding off at the wheel. Just a second here. Is there an oversized load pulling out here? What's going on? There's an escort vehicle. They just pulled out in the roadway. Yeah, there's an oversized load behind that convenience store. A couple of them. Looks like they're probably about to pull out into the road. All right. 229 miles to go. I'm wide awake. So just under 4 hours. Maybe, I don't know. We're driving on highways, and driving through these small towns can crush your mile per hour average. So it's looking like I am going to arrive around noon. I was on track to make it there around 11 a.m., but now it's looking more like noon. Just a second here. This KLLM's pretty slow. They're just catching up to me on the hills because I'm dropping a lot of speed because I'm heavy. I have to be careful of them cutting me off. Because people in slow trucks tend to be really aggressive because it's hard for them to pass. So as soon as they get like an inch in front of you, they'll typically cut you off because they have people speed up on them all the time and jam them out in the left lane. It should be a fairly nice divided highway most of the drive, pretty much all of the drive from here on out, except for when we're driving through towns. I think it becomes Main Street through a few towns. And it'd be really nice to get my next load before I get there. I was really expecting to have a load assigned to me already. That's why I sent the ETA this morning, was to let everybody know, hey, I'm going to be there around noon. Hopefully there's a trailer ready for me when I get there. I'm still transitioning from home to the road. Once I get my full 10-hour break, I'm able to get some good sleep. Get into my routine, we'll be all good. I need to take a shower. Between dealing with the blowouts and getting all filthy, crawling up underneath the trailer and pulling, pieces of mud flap and tire out from everywhere, getting grease all over me. Between that and then, not having air conditioning for a few hours driving the truck in 100-degree weather, I feel sticky and icky. I was kind of hoping that Pilot Flying J fuel prices would be competitive with TA Petro, and I would be able to use Pilot Flying J out here. And if I'm running hard, I might get to the point where I get their unlimited showers. But Pilot Flying J is becoming more competitive in a few areas. But TA Petro just, like every place that I checked along the route for this load, TA Petro is the cheapest. But as long as I keep rolling, I should have a fair amount of shower credits. Got somebody walking down the road. Little bitty person. Look like a small woman. Mel's Knife Outlet. Like, how is a business like that successful? A specialty store in a small town out in the middle of nowhere? I could see a knife store being successful in a major metropolitan area. Or if they're doing like online sales, maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe it's a lot of online sales. These houses remind me of the small town I grew up in. And somebody standing in the road over on the other side. A whole bunch of people. Look like a lawn mowing thing. Well, people are finally starting to realize how bad these LLM, or what they call AI data centers, are for the environment. They're coming into areas, and the cities that they're in, the areas they're coming into, are really excited to have them because of all the tax revenue. And the people who live in these cities get excited about all the potential jobs. But these AI data centers employ almost no one. We're talking about huge data centers that have just, you know, like maybe 20 or 30 administrators. And to save money, they're using swamp cooling, evaporative cooling, and they're using millions of gallons of water to cool these data centers. They're using tremendous amounts of electricity. So they're just this enormous drain on resources wherever they set up at. And I saw a YouTube video where they were talking about Tahoe, California, which is right next to Reno, Nevada. It's basically right up in the mountains next to Reno, Nevada. Tahoe, California was given like a 1-year notice that the power company was going to stop providing power to that area because they were diverting power to these data centers. These data centers are really, really bad. And people are starting to realize how bad they are. And they're starting to protest the data centers being built. Like there was a lot of protest about some data center that's planned to be built in Utah somewhere. And the city council just went ahead and approved it anyway, even though there were large numbers of people against it. But Google has a massive data center in Pryor, Oklahoma. I've hauled several loads in and out of that place. They just bought up an entire industrial park, plus a lot of land around the industrial park. And just, it is a massive complex. And they have this little, like, robot that patrols the perimeter. It's like what are those little 2-wheel things you stand on and you lean forward to make them go forward? Segway. Their little perimeter fence robot is basically a Segway, a robot Segway that just constantly goes around the fence. And Google is ultra secretive about all this stuff. Like, I was sitting there looking at the little security robot, and I asked the security guard about it, and the security guard got, like, scared to talk. I was like, is that little security robot? And he said, yeah, it patrols the perimeter. He said, we're not allowed to talk about it. And when Google first started building these data centers, I remember asking the employees, like, are you guys working directly for Google or are you contractors for Google? And I remember being told that the girl told me that she did work directly for Google, but she said that they weren't allowed to tell people. I don't know why Google or Alphabet, Alphabet is the parent company of Google. So YouTube, Google, all that's under the Alphabet umbrella. I don't know why they are such an ultra secretive company. But yeah, Google has that massive complex just south of Tulsa in Pryor, Oklahoma. And the security people there told me that they thought it was the biggest Google complex in the country. And I saw a news article recently that 2 new data centers are being built in Oklahoma. I don't know if it's 2 more Google facilities or other facilities, but that is not good. Those things use millions of gallons of water for their evaporative cooling, and they use tremendous amounts of electricity. So they can drive up electric costs, they can drive up water costs, they can drain water reservoirs, they can run you completely out of water, they can cause brownouts. They're using so much electricity. And they don't really provide much of any bonus for the local community. They get so many incentives to build there that you don't really end up making much off taxes or electrical or water or anything like that, because they work out really good discounts. And they employ almost no one. They're just a tremendous drain on resources. And any community that lets them build in their community is stupid. They just do not understand what they're agreeing. They're assuming a lot of things that are not correct. Like, the assumptions that were made for the first few data centers that were put in places like the Dalles in Oregon, like 100 miles east of Portland. Those people thought that it would bring a ton of jobs and all kinds of stuff. All it did was use up their water supply and a bunch of electricity. Those LLMs are something I talked about with potential things that will happen whenever we start feeling the ramifications of the supply chain disruption. Those LLMs are a massive bubble. And usually there's a trigger event that causes financial bubbles to burst. A huge disruption to the global supply chain is an event that could burst some bubbles in the financial market. So we could see these LLMs start going out of business. I don't think it's going to happen real soon, probably a couple of years from now, 1 to 2 years from now. But it would be nice to see them go out of business. They've had this sales and marketing campaign going on that it's artificial intelligence or it's really close to becoming artificial intelligence. That's all sales and marketing crap. There is nothing intelligent about the LLMs. They are just really complex programs. So once people start pulling investments out of LLMs, they're likely to crash. Once the ball starts rolling downhill, it's hard to stop it. So we could see a lot of the LLMs just completely go out of business. I think the one at most risk is probably OpenAI, because a lot of the LLMs are backed by companies that have tons of money. Like, I think Claude is being developed by one of Elon Musk's companies, and Elon Musk is almost a trillionaire. And I think he really believes that they're developing AI, so I think he's going to keep dumping money into it to keep it alive. And I think Google's developing their own AI. But OpenAI, they seem like the most likely to go out of business. All right, starting to get tired again. Let me grab my my drink out of the cooler. Pond King truck entrance. All right, speed limit's dropping. Lindsay, population 1,209. All right, speed limit's going down to 50. I'm already at 47. Ah, damn light. Lots of little small planes flying around. Yeah, after I do this drop and hook, I'm going to try to find a TA Petro, get a shower, and go to sleep. A second, I'm jammed in here. These four-wheelers that passed me just slowed down and started speed matching this box truck that's doing 40 and a 55. And now they just sped up and took off after getting me all the way down to 40 miles an hour. And I've got a four-wheeler flying up on me. I don't want to pull out in front of them. So yeah, these assholes just flew by me and they got in front of me and jammed me in and slowed me down. I don't want to be I am max weight. I don't want to be this close behind the box truck, but I also don't want to drop back down on speed. Because it's difficult for me to accelerate. Like the light in front of me just turned green. I don't know how long it's going to last. And now the box truck has decided that it wants to go the speed limit now. So now it's speed matching me over on my right. Now it just slowed way down. They're playing on their phone. So when they put their phone down, they speed up. And when they're looking at their phone, they slow down. All right, we're going across Interstate 35 right now. Come on, light. Are you serious? This is a really long light. Yeah, I'm going to have to come to a complete stop. This light is lasting forever. The RV behind me is right on my ass. I have to be careful not to roll back going up this hill at max weight. It's a lot easier in an automatic. I can tell you, back in the day with manuals, max weight trying to get started going up a hill, that was scary moment until you got quite a bit of experience. But even then, once you had quite a bit of experience, it was still not easy to get going from a stop max weight uphill. And then to shift, man, you had to shift so fast. Because going uphill at max weight, these things decelerate quickly. Any other stupid people passing in the exit lane? Doesn't look like it. Man, this is absolutely crushing my mile per hour average. I don't like this highway. There's just way too many stoplights on this highway. I'll be lucky to get there by 1 with all these stoplights on this highway. All these small towns we're driving through. Just creeping through here at like 15 miles an hour. So yeah, now I'm thinking a dedicated between Texarkana and Borger. Not really good. Not really interested in that. Would not like to do that. Because most of the drive is on this 82. It's basically driving through lots of small towns. Come on. Are you serious? The light's been green for like 10 seconds. Who in the hell is up front going slow as shit? There's got to be somebody in front of this. Yeah, there's somebody in front of this flatbed because this flatbed's empty. Looks like the flatbed in front of him's empty. Why are they going so slow? This is so bad for not just miles per hour, but miles per gallon. These trucks are terrible on fuel in stop and go traffic. These things use a ton of fuel to get moving. But yeah, I remember this Highway 82 in this section. I've driven on this section before, and I remember this being really, really bad. During the daytime, you can get traffic backed up to where you're setting through multiple lights. I don't know if we've gotten to that section of road yet where it's just insanely busy. But this is a really, really bad stretch of road. Just crazy amounts of traffic. Setting through multiple lights. I remember when I was on the Walmart dedicated, I had to drive down this road. And it was a huge waste of time. It's got people driving down the shoulder to make the right turn. All it takes is one person to do it, and then you'll see a line of dumbasses. Monkey see, monkey do. The RV behind me just tailgated me through that light and ran a red. They really need to turn this into like an interstate. Looks like we got a decent way to go without a light. But I don't think we're through the bad stretch yet with really long lights. Alright, speed limit just went up from 60 to 70. Let's turn the cruise back on. I wish these two flatbeds in front of me would turn somewhere. Alright, I just saw the flatbed in front hit their brakes. Are they just being slow, or are they turning up ahead? What's going on? Looks like we're about to cross some highway. Maybe, hopefully, they're getting onto this highway. It's clear to get over in the left lane if I need to. Nope. It's at 185 miles to go. It is 8:40 a.m. So with a 60 mile per hour average, right around 1140. I don't think I'm going to have a 60 mile per hour average. Sorry, I'm quiet. It's just these two flatbeds in front of me can't figure out how fast they want to go, and I keep catching up to them. They're getting way too close in front of me.
There are police reported ahead.
All right, speed limit's dropping down to 55. The 35 mile per hour school zone is not flashing. That's good. And here we go through another small town. Oh, it looks like we have on and off ramps. Does that mean hopefully it means there are no lights. Is the rest of Highway 82 going to be on and off ramps? No lights? Sweet, the flatbeds are exiting. It's just constantly people getting in front of me and slowing down. All right, speed limit's going up to 75 now, so hopefully these people get up to 75. Whew. Oh, I'm starting to get real tired again. Still have most of my tropical punch cup full. Let's get some sugar. Some flavored sugar water. That'll always do the trick. All right, I need to figure out something to talk about to keep me awake. Oh my goodness, that is rough. All right, what's this four-wheeler doing? They're hitting their brakes, and then they're flooring it to get in front of me. That's just really smart. Slam on your brake for the turn, and then floor it to try to cut the truck off. Genius move. They almost rolled their damn SUV trying to get in front of me. I think we might be good to go for a while. I think we might have on and off ramps and hopefully no more lights. I have info on my next load. What the fuck? This is sounding like a bunch of bullshit. I'm starting to get pissed off just looking at this. I can't really read it while I'm driving. So I'm going to have to do a drop and hook at Goodyear in Texarkana and then drive somewhere else in Texarkana and get loaded. Like, I don't get paid to drive around town and do all kinds of drop and hooks and shit in town. I'm paid by the mile, not by the damn hour. That pisses me off. I hope this is not going to become a regular thing where I'm going to have to spend all damn day doing drop and hooks and getting loaded. This is going to waste an entire damn day. Well, I'm not tired anymore. That's good. But I was expecting to be running empty for several hundred miles to go pick up another load. Not a couple of miles across town. And then get live loaded. Everything that the agent told me was going to be extremely rare has not been rare. It's happened on every damn load so far. He told me I wouldn't have to sit around waiting on trailers. And he told me that I wouldn't have to do live loads, live unloads. And he told me half my miles would be empty. None of that is true so far. And now I'm not going to be able to go to sleep as soon as I do this drop and hook. I was expecting to do a drop and hook and be driving empty hundreds of miles to some other location. But no, I'm doing the drop and hook and then driving, a couple miles, and then I have to do a live load, which is going to take who knows how many hours. So I'm not going to be able to go to sleep anytime soon. I'm a little bit pissed off right now. But Texarkana is where this company is based out of. So maybe this is like abnormal because this is like their home location. So you're not going to be doing a lot of deadheading out of this location. I'm feeling like a company driver right now is what I'm feeling like. I'm not feeling like I'm on a dedicated account. I'm feeling like I'm a company driver just getting dispatched. And they're not telling me where that trailer is going that I'm getting loaded a couple miles away. Once I get a break in traffic, I'll try to reread the message. All I've done so far is just kind of skim it, because I can't really be reading texts while I'm driving. So it looks like I'm delivering to Goodyear, grabbing an empty. I'm doing a drop and hook in Goodyear, and then I'm driving over to TSD's terminal. And they're just telling me that they'll get me loaded there. Left lane closed, merge right. Oh my goodness, some rough road. Just bouncing around like crazy. Whoa, buddy. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. That's why you always want to be aware of what's around you so that you can make split-second decisions like that to avoid something in the road. Like, I knew there wasn't anyone alongside my left, but I still double-checked before I started moving. But if I wasn't confident that there was no one alongside my left, then I would have tried to straddle it. Looked like a big thing of rope or cable or something. You do not want that kind of stuff getting wrapped around your tires, and that could cause so much damage. They might not even know what load I'm taking yet. Might just be whenever I get over to their drop yard, they'll figure out what's there and give me whatever. So since I'm going over to their terminal, most likely it's not a live load. Most likely it's just going to be picking up some preloaded trailer. I might not even be picking up anything. I might just be going over to the office for them to give me a load, and I might be deadheading somewhere. I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting it's going to be loaded. If I do end up just deadheading somewhere, then it's going to piss me off that they made me drive over to the office just to basically get an address. Like, what's the point in that? Just a second here. I'm waiting for this asshole to get some distance on me. Flew past me, cut me off, and then slowed down in front of me. Did she send me another text message? I still have an alert. No. Oh my goodness, there's a bump. Let's see what my average fuel is. 5.7 miles per gallon. Mainly flatland driving with a max weight load, and I'm at 5.7 miles per gallon. And I haven't been setting my cruise over 65. So if I'm not going to be running 50% empty miles like I was told, I'm going to have to recalculate everything, because I was calculating based on like a 7 mile per gallon average, because I was expecting to be running like 50% empty miles. So I was expecting to get around 8 or 9 miles per gallon when I'm empty, and then like 5 to 6 miles per gallon loaded, and it would average out to somewhere around 7. But if they're just going to do loaded after loaded after loaded, that is going to make a massive difference in fuel cost with how high the fuel prices are. Oh, sweet. Like every truck around me exited right there. It's US 69. So they almost all exited on Highway 69. We'll give it a while. See what's going on with this dedicated. You know, this is something I talked about before I started the dedicated, is that every dedicated I've ever, not just every dedicated I've done at Landstar, but every dedicated I've thought about doing at Landstar, the information that I was provided did not match up with reality. And some of those dedicated runs, I ended up not doing them because I found out information before I even did the first run. That's what happened with most of them, was the rate confirmation alone was enough to tell me that they were not worth doing, and that the agent had basically just lied to me. I'm making really good time on this load, considering the mileage all the way from the house. I think it's around, from where I left in Oklahoma City, I think it was around 869 miles, according to Google. So I left Oklahoma City I think it was right around 4 a.m. Because I remember I got to the drop yard in Lawton at 5:30 a.m. and it was roughly a 90-minute drive to get there. So I started driving at 4 a.m. yesterday, and I should get there. Let's see, what's my current ETA? 148 miles. 148, so that'd be 2 hours and 28 minutes. And it's 9:16, so that'd be 11:16 and 28 minutes. Be 11:44. Is that right? I think that's 11:44. So I'm still roughly going to get there around noon. So that's 24 plus 8. 32 hours to do almost 900 miles. And I sat in the shop for, oh my goodness, how long was it? Like, it was a long time. I think I got there around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I think it was around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was there until 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. in the shop. I was there until they closed. So 8 or 9 hours in the shop. So I think that's pretty amazing to do 900 miles, not setting the cruise over 65 in 32 hours. And 9 of those 32 hours, 8 or 9, was spent in the shop. All right, I was a little like not liking this Highway 82. Now I'm liking this Highway 82. So now I'm not too. There's a stretch of a lot of small towns driving through lights where I did not like this Highway 82. Now, now I'm liking it because this is like an interstate. It still has direct on and off, people making left turns across traffic and stuff, but it's got on and off ramps as well. No lights. So this next load, we're going to have to see how it is, check and see what the rate per mile is on it, because you know what? I'm not sure if I uploaded that video, because I made that driving video yesterday, but the phones were overheating. I think I ended up deleting the video. So I don't even know if I've talked about how much this load pays. It's paying higher than the contract rate. The contract was for $2.40 a mile line haul and 70 cents a mile fuel surcharge. And he said the fuel surcharge will go up and down based off fuel prices. Well, I get 70% of the line haul because I'm using a customer trailer, not a Landstar trailer. And if I remember the math on that, it came to like $2.38 a mile gross to the truck. 70% of $2.40 plus the 70-cent per mile fuel surcharge. You can double check it. I'm not going to try to calculator that driving down the road. But this load paid roughly, not exactly, but somewhere around, it was a little over $3 a mile line haul, and then 68 cents a mile fuel surcharge. And if I remember correctly, once I broke it down, it was $2.68 a mile gross to the truck. So it's paying like 30 cents a mile more than what I was supposed to be paid. Now that sounds amazing, right? Well, not to me. I don't know. Some may consider me a pessimist. I consider myself a realist. For me, yeah, I was excited to make more than expected on this load, but I was also concerned that they're not paying the contract rate. So it sounds to me like they're just going to pay whatever the hell they want on a load by load basis. And that's fine as long as they're paying me at or above the contract rate. But what if they decide, a couple loads to pay me below? It's like, oh, you're not hauling anything, you're just running empty, so we're only going to pay you, instead of $3.10 a mile, we're going to pay you $2 a mile when you're empty, that kind of crap. And if you say something, it's like, well, we paid you $3.70 a mile when you were loaded. So it may come down to maybe they pay less for empty and more for loaded, and the average is what the agent told me. I don't know. It could be something like that. Who knows? The flags are at half staff over there at that truck stop. The American flag and the Texas flag, the two of them were at half staff. I don't know what's going on. So yeah, I am a little bit concerned. About the pay. So hopefully some things will be cleared up over these next few loads. I'll figure out exactly what's going on and what's normal and what the agent lied about. So I have 6 hours left on my drive clock, and I'm 2 hours and 16 minutes away. So I should have quite a bit of time. Yeah, I hope what I'm doing on this load right here is not normal. I'm guessing that the only reason I'm doing this, drop and hook and then go across town and do another drop and hook, I'm guessing that the only reason I'm doing it is because this Texarkana, Arkansas is where TSD is based out of. This is like their terminal. I hope this is not going to be normal where every time I do a delivery, I'm going to have to do like multiple drop and hooks in the town. Well, this whole drama is keeping me awake. I'm just sitting here thinking. I should probably think out loud. Give you something to listen to while we're watching driving footage. Man, if my mile per gallon average drops to 5.5 instead of 7, like I calculated, that's going to be kind of huge. That's going to be a significant increase in fuel cost. All right, left lane is closed ahead. I want to make sure that this vehicle behind me can see that, so that they don't try to like jump out and pass me and then rear end that work truck. Because there was a pickup tailgating me pretty hard. Let me all right, looks like I do have a new load. No, maybe not. He sent me an email and I thought it was a load, but he said, I'll send you the next load shortly. Call me when you get a chance. Well, I don't talk on the phone while I'm driving unless I absolutely have to. So in a couple hours, whenever I get there, I'll call him. I'll call him when I'm doing the drop and hook. It's never good when when an agent wants to talk on the phone. Usually that means that they want to give you bad news. Maybe he's telling me about what I already know about the multiple drops in Texarkana that I don't get paid for. I don't know, I'm starting to get a little ticked off right now because I think I see all of this stuff as unnecessary hoops they're having me jump through. The agent wants me to call him. Why? Why can't you just type it out in an email? Why do you want me to spend time on the phone? I can't drive when I'm talking on the phone. I can't do a drop and hook. With an email, I can just glance at it and, move about my day. But phone call, I've got to stop everything I'm doing and sit there and listen to somebody on the phone tell me something that they could have just sent in an email. So I'm a little ticked off that he wants to talk on the phone. And then I'm a little ticked off that they're not telling me what my next load is. They're just telling me, hey, go drive over here and we'll figure it out. Go check in with these people over here. That also seems like something that we could do through email or text, is to tell me what load I'm picking up. Since both of them are being really coy about where my next load's going, I'm thinking that it's not something I'm going to be happy with. Oh, there's a plane flying low up here somewhere. I can't see it anymore. It drops so low that it's below the tree line. There it is. Just popped back up above the tree line. It's almost straight ahead, a little to the left. Might be crop dusting. That reminds me, when I worked for the TSA as an airport screener, whenever they first started up in the early 2000s, one of my supervisors was a big into lifting weights, and was always talking about protein, eat, got to get your protein, all that stuff. And always making jokes about how protein makes you gassy. And he, like, most people didn't know about that side of him. It was just like a small group of people that, he hung out with at work. And he would walk by people and he would stick his arms out and go, acting like an airplane. And he'd go, I'm just crop dusting. And he'd be farting. He called it crop dusting. He would just walk by people, blasting all over them. He did that all the time at work. Well, that plane is really close to me over on the left. And yes, it is. It does appear to be crop dusting. At first, I was like, I don't see any tanks on it, but I see a bunch of sprayers on the wings. It's just over to the left, yellow plane. It must have the tanks inside the plane. Or it just come over real close. Or the stuff they're spraying is in the wings. Who knows? Left lane ends. Damn it. We're going down to bidirectional. Starting to dislike Highway 82 again. Look like an armadillo. 17 miles to Paris. Paris has a loop around. But we're getting close. We are getting close to Texarkana. You can make it, Bird. You can make it. Keep going. There you go. That was a big bird. I did not want to hit it. The biggest bird that I can remember hitting was an owl. And it was really weird. It was, I think it was on Interstate 49. Or it might have been that State Road 13 or whatever it is. Basically going from, was it Kansas City or Harrisonville, Missouri, down to the Springfield, Joplin area. One of those roads. But anyway, I'm driving down this divided highway or interstate, and way over on the left, there's a sign on the other side, going the opposite direction. There's a sign way off to the left, and there's an owl sitting on top of this sign. Like some kind of street sign, not a billboard. Just like a regular, like a speed limit sign. This owl's just sitting there chilling on the sign, and then all of a sudden, it just dives off the sign and tries to, do the thing birds do, where they try to just go really close in front of your vehicle. It tried that, and its timing was off, and it thudded with my sleeper. It hit above the windshield up in the sleeper area. I just heard a big thud. No idea if it lived or died. I suspect that it died. I'm starting to dwell on the potential bad news on this next load. I need to get the information so I can move on with my life. Because whenever I have negative things that I have to deal with, I tend to just focus on them until they're dealt with. So, yeah, usually whenever I have something negative I have to deal with, I either have to deal with it quickly or I just classify it as it doesn't need to, to be dealt with. Like, it can be ignored. If I, put something over in the ignore bucket, then I just completely stop worrying about it. It's not something that needs to be fixed or needs to be done. Right lane ends. There's nobody behind me for about a half mile, so nobody's going to catch up to me before the lane ends. 109 miles away, 9:53 a.m. Eight miles to Paris. Oh, last night, whenever they were changing the tire on my truck, so the master mechanic was changing out the AC compressor, and then there was some other mechanic that was changing the tire on the truck. And the guy that was changing the tire on the truck, when he went to loosen the lug nuts on the tire started spinning. And he freaked out, and he was like, "You didn't set the brakes?" And I was like, pretty sure I did. And he started yelling at the other guy, "Get out from underneath there, the brakes aren't set." And he started lowering his jack stand. And the mechanic up at the front working on the AC compressor, they were going to completely stop all work and remove all the jacks and everything and go, I don't know what they were going to do, what kind of process. But the mechanic, the master mechanic was like, I'm going to set the brakes. Whenever he asked me if the brakes were safe, well, he didn't really ask me. He said, "You didn't set the brakes?" And I said, "I'm pretty sure I did." And I started walking up to the front of the truck to check to make sure. And he said, "Stop, no. Get out of here." And he started freaking out and yelling at the other mechanic, telling him to get out from underneath the truck. And he started removing his jack stands and stuff. And the master mechanic was like, I'm just going to set the brakes. And he's like, "No, not yet." And he removed some more of his jack stand stuff, and he's like, "Okay, now you can." And he crawled in the truck, and he goes, "The brakes are set." And so he jacked it back up, and the tires were spinning, and the master mechanic walked back there, and he goes, "That's a tag axle." He's like, "Oh, okay." But yeah, man, he freaked out when he thought the brakes weren't set. And it was really embarrassing for me because he got really pissed off at me. I was like, "Man, I'm pretty sure I set the damn brakes." And they had the wheels chalked on top of that. All right, speed limit's dropping. Well, it's just dropping down to 65, and that's how fast I'm already going, but I've already turned my cruise off. We should be getting near Paris, and we're going to have to do the bypass around Paris. Oh, we're still 4 miles away from Paris. That sounded like a little apartment building. I was trying to read those signs as we were passing them. Hazmat must follow 82 or 286 loop. So I think this is the loop up here.
In half a mile, turn left to stay on US 82 East. To stay on US 82 East. Then you'll take the ramp to US 82 East, Northeast Loop 286.
Sorry, we're making the turn onto the loop. The bypass, the Paris bypass.
Continue on US 82 East for 6 miles.
All right, I got one more four-wheeler behind me. And this vehicle in front of me is pretty slow, so hopefully this four-wheeler goes around me pretty soon. And then I'm going to pass the vehicle in front of me. Alright, I'm tired of waiting on this four-wheeler to pass me. Maybe the four-wheeler's making a turn soon, and they don't want to pass. Goodness gracious, look how wide those tires are. The rear tires on that dump truck or whatever that thing is are like 3 or 4 feet wide. $14.2. busy on ramp. All right, we got about 3 miles to go on this loop, and then we get back heading east. Just a second here. Four-wheelers in front of me are slowing way down. I don't know if they're about to turn or what's going on with them. Speed limit is 60, and they slowed me down to like 45 miles an hour. I'm back up to 55. Oh, speed limit's 55. Well, that's just my speed. Guess I can stop accelerating. Oh my goodness, another line of cars coming on the on-ramp. Oh, you got a light up ahead. Come on, four-wheeler, don't slow. I slowed down to let you over, and you shouldn't slow down when I slow down. When I slow down to let you over, that doesn't mean you slow down, so I have to slow down even more to let you over. All right, 1 mile. It's a right turn. This is the problem with any kind of city bypass, is developers buy land all around the bypass, and they just build all kinds of shit around it, and eventually the bypass becomes busier than like the road right through the middle of town. Awesome. I just have tons of assholes flying around me to cut me off so that they can slam on their brakes to make a turn.
Half a mile, use the right lane to take the US 82 East ramp to Clarksville. Use the right lane to take the US 82 East ramp.
Alright, it's a double left, triple left.
800 feet, use the left 2 lanes.
I need to get over to the right one lane.
Turn left on the US 82 East, Lamar Avenue.
All right, we made it to the other side of Paris, Texas. 96 miles to go. Yeah, no new messages. I'm just going to have to call Tony, the Landstar agent, whenever I get to the Goodyear place. Come on, you better stay green. And we're past the point of no return. I'm not slamming on my brakes at 80,000 pounds. Speed limit is 55. I'm doing 40. All right, no more stop signs the rest of the way. Come on, we can do it. Now we're in Reno, Texas. I think the population sign said 3,454. Anyway, what I was saying earlier, I think I got interrupted on, was we were passing by some storage unit, and it had a whole bunch of little tiny yard signs out front. I was trying to read through them and figure out what in the hell it was advertising, and I finally figured out it was advertising storage units, and it was advertising air-conditioned storage units. Move in ready. I couldn't read all the signs, but what it sounded like was it was actually like apartments that were masquerading as storage units. I know that there are people who... Second here, watch this car, seeing if they're going to go for it. There are people who live in storage units. You know, they hide out in there. Because it's a lot cheaper than rent. but they're not supposed to do that. And I can't wonder why a storage unit operator would intentionally try to rent out storage units for people to live in. The only thing I can think of is that they're charging more than normal storage, monthly storage rates. But they're saving a lot of money by not having to meet codes necessary for having tenants. Like they don't have running water or sewage or like a window. I don't even know what all the requirements are, but insurance, there's you have to pay a lot more for insurance if there's somebody living in the dwelling. So if they're just advertising them and as storage units, then it's just minimalist live, and they're actually renting them out to people to live in. That it's just minimalist, cheap living. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't understand why that's illegal. If somebody wants to only pay like $100 a month to rent basically a roof over their head and that's it, they should be able to do it. If you put all these right lane ins, if you put all these requirements on dwellings, then it creates a price floor that's pretty high. And I think that's the reason we have such a homeless problem, is because of the price floor on housing. Just a second here. Looked like this four-wheeler was going to try to pass on the right. But they didn't. I don't think they realized that lane was ending. Not sure what they were doing. But over in Asia, there's like all kinds of tiny living stuff. I don't think that stuff's illegal I don't think that stuff is legal in the United States because of all of our code requirements on dwellings and tenants and all that stuff. But yeah, you can basically rent something about the size of like an aircraft carrier bunk. And there are people who live in like internet cafes. I was just reading an article earlier about internet cafes in, I can't remember if they were in China or Japan, but they charged 24 cents per hour. It's like $3 a day. So that'd be about $100 a month. You could live inside the internet cafe. All right, now I'm hating this Highway 82 again. I have a love-hate relationship with this Highway 82. And I'm not sure what we're going to end on. Oh, speed limit's 70. I'm doing 60. We'll turn the cruise back on, but it appears that I'm catching up with some four-wheelers. And Texans are proud. I've never seen another state where people had so many state emblems on their property and flags and stuff like that. I've never been to Mexico, but the only thing that it's comparable to is Mexicans. I don't know why Mexicans that are here in the United States are so proud of Mexico. But almost every Mexican I've ever come across has like Mexican flags and crap everywhere. Got a truck that's caught up with me, and I got this car that I'm slowly creeping up on. Detroit, population 704. Alright, looks like the speed limit's about to drop. Let's turn the cruise off and start coasting. Yep, it's going down to 55. Oh, they're headed to the Dollar General. I have only shopped at Dollar General like twice. Once when I was staying at a hotel at USA Truck, whenever I was I forgot what the hell it was. Oh, I think it was whenever I got dropped off at the end of my training. I was going to be there for a couple of days. And I went to the Dollar General and bought soda. I bought like a 6-pack of orange soda for $1. That was awesome. That was a hell of a deal. And it was actually pretty good soda. Now that I think about it, I should go back there, and that's where I should be stocking all my soda. At those prices, I can afford to drink soda. But anyway, the other time was I was leaving the house, and I bought groceries to put in the truck, and I loaded up the car with groceries to put in the truck, and I forgot the milk. I left milk in the refrigerator at the house, and I didn't want to drive 25 miles to the house just to get that milk. What the hell? Where'd that truck behind me go? We finally have a passing lane, and that truck behind me is gone. They must have turned in town. I didn't notice them. But yeah, I bought like 4 gallons of milk from Dollar General because it was the only store near where I parked the truck. Walmart and every grocery store I could find was, much further away. And I was like, milk's milk. Like, it's probably going to be the exact same milk that's sold everywhere else, just in a different package. So I bought milk, and it was not the same. It was disgusting. It tasted like powdered milk. I think that's what it actually was. I think it was powdered milk that had just been mixed into like gallons. It was like pre-mixed, powdered milk or something. It was nasty. I ended up throwing it all away. I tried to drink it and I just couldn't. It was disgusting. All right. We have the lane ending, and there's a 4-wheeler about a quarter mile behind me. Not going to make it. Can't tell if that little flatbed pickup is on the shoulder or off the road. Looks like they're off the road. "75 miles to go, 10:31 a.m. It's an hour and 15 minutes. That puts me there at 11:46, right? So we're pretty much right on schedule for noon. The hell is going on here? Looks like traffic is really backed up because of some equipment driving on the shoulder. Well, that's about to clear up. They're about to hit that multi lane. They're about to hit their passing lane. What is going on with the pickup behind me? The pickup behind me dropped way back. I think I think that group of vehicles scared the hell out of them. Because I think they were tailgating me and they dipped out to look, and I think they got really close to that pack of vehicles because they're driving way behind me now. What in the shit we got going on here? That was nasty. Whatever that rotten thing was, that animal he was clearing off the road, was disgusting. I can smell it. It was rotten.
At the next light, turn left. At the light, turn left onto US 82 East, Captain Henry Stout Bypass.
Another damn bypass. Got a ways until I get to Interstate 30, and I don't get very much interstate before I get into Texarkana. The interstate's the last tiny little bit.
Continue on US 82 East for 37 miles.
What the hell's going on here? Gray car was driving on the shoulder. They're still doing it. Just out doing some fishing. Walking down the road with his fishing pole. We are not too far from Louisiana. I have never seen fishing like I've seen in Louisiana. Seems like in Louisiana, every bridge you go past has like 100 cars parked at it, and there's just people everywhere fishing from bridges. Google is saying the speed limit went up to 70. I haven't seen anything past 60 yet, but I don't want to be holding up traffic. There's a bunch of vehicles passing around this damn corner. People are passing that box truck. 10:40. We're on pace for 11:48. So we're running below a 60 mile per hour average because we keep losing time. But it looks like I should roll in there really close to noon. Sorry, I'm not talking as much as usual. I'm tired. I'm not nodding off like I was earlier. I'm, wide awake, but I'm tired. I'm fatigued. So I just feel really sluggish. And I'm driving on these damn bi-directional roads, so that's taking a lot of my focus. That was a big bird over there on the left shoulder. Wonder if that was a vulture or what. It took off running, not flying. So that sign said speed limit 65. Google says it's 70. Passing lane in 2 miles. Oh, now Google says it's 65. So maybe the speed limit dropped down. Now speed limit's dropping down to 60. And speed limit's going back up to 70. $57 miles to go. Lane's ending pretty soon. I'm going to slow down, let this guy around, and there's another vehicle that is just hauling ass. This truck is trying to get around me before the lane ends. So I'm going to slow down and let this asshole around as well. That is not cool. Alright, speed limit's dropping down to 55. This reminds me a lot of where I grew up. Same type of grass. Maybe not the trees. We didn't have pine trees. But everything else, very, very similar. The really hot, humid, I can feel it. It's like everything is so hot. And then the humidity is really high. And Tons of bugs. I was just thinking, that guy looked like he was headed out to check his mail, and he was just stopped on the side of the road waiting for traffic to clear so he could walk across. I was thinking of how funny it would be if I blew another tire right there next to him. It was like, I bet he would have about crapped his pants. Yeah, when these tires blew, it was a loud explosion. And it felt like the truck lifted off the ground. 45 miles to go. We're almost there. And I'm trying not to think about it, but I'm still dwelling on the drama potential of what's going on with this next load. Just got a text message that said, I'm looking for a new place in the... How much you want to bet it's one of those want to buy your house? I get bombarded with that crap. Text messages, letters in the mail. Cash offer to buy your home. It's just house flippers wanting to offer next to nothing. To come in and flip your house.
There's construction ahead.
We are in the hours of the school zone speed limit, so speed limit's 35. And that's the end of the school zone right there. Now I think we're going up to 45. Nope, we're going down to 30. This is going to be nice whenever they finish that over there to the right. Speed limit's going up to 45, but the traffic in front of me is moving really slow, so I'm just going to try to pace them. Well, that sucks. I don't know if you can see it in the video, but that concrete that they're pouring is just falling apart. I don't know why they're continuing to pour that crap whenever it's just like collapsing. Obviously, they need to redo everything. This section of road is going to be really nice one day. And vehicles in front of me are pulling away. I'm pretty sure the construction zone speed limit is 55, and I'm doing 60. I don't want to hold up traffic, but I'm also not wanting to speed. I think that's an end construction sign up ahead. Nope. It is begin road work next 3 miles, and it's 55 mile per hour speed limit. So I never saw a sign that the previous construction ended, but we have new construction that began, and we went from a 55 to a 55. Now that sign says 65, but I bet we're still in a 55. Right lane ends.
At the next light, turn right.
Right lane must turn right. So I think we're about to get onto the interstate.
Turn right onto Texas 98 South.
Yay, interstate. We get to drive on some interstate for a couple miles. Isn't that nice?
In half a mile, turn left onto the I-30 East ramp. Turn left onto the I-30 East ramp. Continue on I-30 East for 27 miles.
$32 miles to go, and 27 of it is interstate. Oh my
There's
goodness.
construction ahead.
Yeah, I just looked at that text message. Yep, it was somebody. It was somebody wanting to buy my house. Why did that trooper cut me off and slam on his brakes? Because he was pulling somebody over. Oh, if you're listening, what just happened was I was getting on the interstate and there were double stacked trucks passing each other, so nobody could move over for me, so I had to come to a complete stop at the end of the on-ramp and then got out into the road and started getting up to speed, and then a cop passed me, pulled over in front of me, slammed on their brakes in front of me, and a four-wheeler pickup truck passed them, and then the cop lit him up and pulled him over. And now we're finally up to speed. I just passed somebody on the shoulder that I wanted to move over for, but I got four-wheelers. I'm doing 65, and the four-wheelers out here doing 90 miles an hour. I got people flying by me on the left. I don't want to move over and make a bad situation worse. So that's the good and bad about the interstate is the highways, a lot of times you can deal with really light traffic, and then the interstates, you don't have to worry about cross traffic and stoplights and stuff like that, but the traffic can get pretty thick on the interstates. I wish that everyone that had a license had to go through like some form of training about trucks to educate them about trucks and explain to them that pulling out in front of a truck is like pulling out in front of a train. These vehicles are heavy. They take a long time to accelerate, a long time to decelerate. And when these assholes merging on just cut us off and force us to have to hit our brakes, it's not only dangerous, it can take us, 30 seconds to a minute or more to recover our speed when somebody does that. I've been seeing these motorcycle signs all across Texas. Something about motorcycles are hard to see. There's a life on it. Motorcycle awareness. Yeah, I can agree with motorcycle awareness. I can tell you from my experience that four-wheelers just act like you're not even on the road. I've had people, like while I was in the lane, I've had people just pass me in the same lane that I'm in, just come into the lane with me and expect me to move over so that they can go around me. Like, it's crazy how people drive. I almost died my first, I think it was my first week of owning the motorcycle. I was driving about 50 miles an hour on the main road next to my house, Northwest Expressway. And some woman pulled out of a grocery store right in front of me. She just did not acknowledge my existence, and she just pulled out right in front of me. She didn't see me, and I could not brake in time to avoid her. She pulled right out in front of me, and then she saw me there, and her eyes got huge, and she floored it. And if she would not have floored it, when I saw her floor it, I cut to the right, and I just barely missed the rear end of her car. At that time, I was not an experienced rider, but I learned things pretty quick. So I was much better than most people on a motorcycle. After just like my first week on the bike, I think most people would have probably died in that accident. And that really made me mad. So yeah, I'm all for motorcycle awareness, but I'm just for making it a lot harder to get a license in general. We should not just be handing a license to anyone. All these people think because they have a driver's license that they're good drivers, like they earned that license. None of these people earned a driver's license. I think the minimum to get a driver's license should be at the standard of a CDL. And most of these people could not get a CDL. Get in your lane. They overcorrected and went over to the left shoulder. Even people with CDLs can't drive worth a damn because there's so many places where it's just too easy to get a CDL. You're not supposed to be able to go to CDL school and take your test with the same company, but there are companies that do that stuff. You know, they have companies that, or contractors or whatever, where it's just they pretend like it's a different company, but it's not. Damn, Pam. Yeah, I can see the Love sign from here. And you're going to make Love's Roadside come out there to fix your tire? These company drivers do not understand how much more expensive it is to do a road call. I can't believe Pam is still in business. I hardly see them anymore. You used to see quite a few of them. And their pay was so low. Big orange sign on the back of that truck that was parked on the shoulder is $2,500 weekly. What would that take? Like, let's go with high-end miles, 3,000 miles in a week. What would it take to get 2,500? Is that 75 cents a mile? Nope. That would only be 2,250. It's higher. Be right around 80 cents a mile. What is 80? It would be 80. I think it's 83 cents a mile. What's 85? 85 is 25.50.
There's construction ahead.
So it'd be close to 85 cents a mile. That's a pretty high mileage rate to pay for an over-the-road driver.
There's construction ahead.
And that's a pretty low rate for an owner-operator. So I call shenanigans. There's some piece of information we're missing. Either that advertisement is just completely made up, or it's very misleading. This will be nice whenever the construction gets finished. Just a second here. I'm getting run out of my lane by a line of four-wheelers that are not spacing out. You sons of bitches do not have the right of way. I should not have to change lanes for you. Now all these jackasses are just flying up. They want to be in front of me, but now they're going slower than me. So now I'm stuck over here in the left lane. Fucking assholes. Sorry for the language. It's just, I hate stupid people. And now I have a line of four-wheelers over to my right that have got me stuck out in the damn left lane. Finally got an opening to get back over. I shouldn't have moved over for him. That's what I get for moving over for these jackasses. caused a lot of traffic congestion behind me because everybody's speeding through the construction. So hanging me out in the left lane doing the speed limit. Now I got a big pack of vehicles trying to get around us. .7 miles until my exit. Oh my goodness. That's some good bumps right there.
In 2 miles, take exit 2 for 4 States Fair Parkway.
And there's the Arkansas sign.
To Arkansas.
We're now entering Arkansas. And getting out of this construction. Yay! Arkansas generally has nice roads and stuff. They have a lot of money. They have a lot of big businesses in Arkansas. I can't remember all of the businesses that are based in Arkansas, but the really, really big one is Walmart. Walmart is headquartered in Arkansas. There's a lot of big businesses headquartered in Arkansas. I cannot remember anything except Walmart right now, but I remember that there are a lot. And I'm not sure why so many big businesses headquarter in Arkansas. Half a mile.
Take exit 2 for 4 States Fair Parkway. Take exit 2. In 800 feet, turn right onto 4 States Fair Parkway, signs for Airport Fairgrounds. Turn right onto 4 States Fair Parkway, signs for Airport Fairgrounds.
Yeah, I should have stayed on the interstate. This is a damn Google shortcut having me cut from Interstate 30 to Interstate 49 instead of just going to the intersection where the two of them meet. Now this would work fine for a car, but for a truck,
Next line, take the I-49 south ramp.
having to stop and go. These shortcuts are not actual shortcuts. Are you serious? What a jackass. I put on my signal and had plenty of room to move over, and this delivery vehicle behind me floored it and tried to block me from moving over. What a jackass. People do that all the time to trucks. You put on your signal to move over, and they'll try to block you from moving over.
Half a mile, take exit 32 toward US 82, 19th Street. Take exit 32. In half a mile, continue straight to stay on Ellie Gilliland Road. Continue straight to stay on Ellie Gilliland Road, then turn left onto East 9th Street. At the light, turn left onto East 9th Street.
They didn't have any damn signs that it was a double left turn until you got right up on the damn thing. I hate the signage on roads. It is so bad. It makes driving these trucks, that's the most frustrating thing. Well, no, that's not the most. It's one of many frustrating things about driving these trucks is one, the roads are not designed for these trucks, and two, the signage is so bad. A lot of these signs don't tell you what's going on until the last second, and you cannot make last second changes in these trucks.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Cooper Tire Road. At the light, turn right onto Cooper Tire Road.
It is 11:52, right on time. We are really close. This is Cooper Tire Road. So we are in the Goodyear, like, business park. All right, it's telling me to call. All right, now that we've got the phone number, let's park over here on the side. Oh, here's another sign that has the phone number. They just hung up on me. Let's try again. Hello, my name is Daniel. I have a load from Borger for, it's a TSD. I'm a Landstar driver. Do you want the order number? Well, I'm Landstar, but I'm doing a dedicated contract with TSD. So I'm hauling a TSD trailer. Yeah. What's my what? Correct. Yeah, I'm Landstar, and I'm doing a dedicated contract with TSD. My name is Daniel Mysinger, Mysinger. I have a loaded trailer that has, I don't know if it's a hopper. It's got the dump things on the bottom of it. I picked it up in Borger, Texas. The trailer number is 1207. My truck? My truck is, my truck number is 427816. It's my last name, Mysinger, M-Y. All right, sorry, I had to start giving the guard shack some personal information. I had to get out and give them my license plate number. And all 53-foot trailers must have tandem slid before entering the plant. Well, the tandems on this thing do not slide, so I don't have to worry about that.
Destination will be on the right. Continue on Washington Street for half a mile.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Alright, so I actually did not need to stop here. They told me where I need to go, and I hope I can remember. She said it's down here. The road curves, and I go across 3 railroad tracks, and I just keep making lefts until I get to K building. And then there's a portable building at K building is where I get my paperwork signed. And this is going to eat up a lot of time. Just left, 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 and here's the more railroad tracks.
In 600 feet, make a U-turn.
All right, I'm going to pause this while I go in and get my paperwork signed. All right, it is now 12:51. I got here right at about noon. There's no one in the receiving office still. I went over to the shipping office and everybody was gone from there too. But the supervisor was there. And I asked him if everybody's on lunch. He said, yeah, well, what do you need? And I said, well, I am here delivering carbon black. They told me to go to the receiving office. He said, yeah, that's over there. And I was like, yeah, I sat over there for about 10 minutes. There's nobody over there. Do I need to wait for them to come back from lunch at 1? And he called on the CB and somebody answered for receiving. And they said they would meet me over there at the receiving. And then, like 20 minutes later, the guy showed up and he said that he was on lunch and he interrupted his lunch to come over and sign for me. And he's not even working in the receiving office. So he's not even the person that was supposed to be in the receiving office. But he interrupted his lunch to come help me out. So I thanked him and he told me that, well, I better not say that. Let's. He was telling me some tricks. I better not say that on the video. So now I have to go find where to put the trailer and where to pick up the empty. And I tried to make some phone calls while I was here, but the cell reception is so bad. I did manage to, I tried calling Tony and because he told me to call him and we talked kind of for a couple of seconds and then the call dropped. And then the TSD person, Caitlin or whatever her name is, called me and asked me when I was going to get over to the drop yard. And I was like, I don't know. Whenever I leave here, I'm waiting on receiving to get back from lunch. She asked me what empty I was going to take, and I said, I have no idea. I'll find that out whenever I get done with receiving and I can go find the trailers. And she said, okay, well, whenever you leave, please text me with the trailer number. I said, all right. And they sent me a rate con. Tony sent me a rate con for my next load, and I'm not too thrilled with it. It's only 552 miles, and it doesn't deliver until Monday. So that could be normal. Like the way this is set up, you're supposed to do a 34 over the weekend. So I guess that I'm just going to get to take an early vacation. So I'll probably go over there and pick up the trailer and then start my way toward Morris, Tennessee, and then take a 10-hour break and then finish to Morris, Tennessee, and then I don't know if I can deliver over there. Do I go down this side or that side? Go on the right. It looked like it's kind of single lane over there. Normally I would have just driven down that road, but it looks so damn narrow that it appeared that it was split. I hope I can make this damn turn. Maybe she didn't understand what in the hell I was asking. Yeah, I don't think she fucking understood what I was asking. I can't make this turn. Son of a bitch. Alright, I'm gonna have to back out of this. That pisses me off. That fucking pisses me off. This is just a huge, this whole thing has been a huge waste of my life. This is just really pissing me off. It's just tons and tons of incompetence and laziness. Give me the wrong paperwork, tell me to go the wrong place. People off on lunch. I'm having to waste an entire hour of my life while they're on lunch. I'm gonna have to back a mile down a damn road. All right, we're almost done. All right. Let's try this shit again. This is the kind of stuff that it's really nice to do things over and over and learn the system. Like now I know that everybody disappears between noon and 1. So I know that if I roll up here between noon and 1, I'm just going to have to sit around and wait. Now I know how to get back here. And now I have to find All right, I see carbon black trailers at the top right. I'm gonna roll my window up because we're about to get dusty. All right, now let's see. Sliding tandems in this lot is prohibited. Can I make a right turn here? I don't know if I can make a right turn here. No, I cannot make a right turn here. They have a trailer blocking it. They have a trailer sideways blocking it. So I have to drive all the way around their drop yard to get to that back corner. Just a second here. There are some, they've got some trailers dropped right here. Let me check my phone and see what my trailer number is. One, two, 616 or 335. All right, so I need to be on the lookout for 616 or 335. We're supposed to be dropping them in a specific section, but yard dog just came hauling ass past me. Let me give him room to swing. And Caitlin just texted me and said that I shouldn't have to wait for receiving. I could just drop and go. I want to drop right here. It's an easy spot to back into. Be even easier if I would have come from the other direction, or I had enough room to spin around right there. Yeah, I'm not far enough. Let's pull forward. I would have to jackknife that way too hard to get it in there. I'm set up just like all kinds of bad out here, but we'll make it work. And let me get this a little bit closer over here. Alright, let me check and see if the landing gear is on the pad. The landing gear is over on the right side. Yeah, landing gear is on the pad. Alright, so landing gear is down. Set the trailer brakes and go. Oh, accidentally hit the horn. Let's go pull all the lines. Alright. We're all disconnected. Now I gotta look at those numbers again. 616 and 335. Here we go. Right there's 335 over on the right. I'm only taking this thing 2 miles, so I'm not going to bother inspecting to try to find out which one's best. There's somebody's red airline laying on the ground. Probably pulled away from a trailer while their airlines were still attached. They pulled their airlines out. Never listen to a damn security guard, man. That I knew that road looked sketchy. I should have gotten out and actually asked her instead of yelled at her because she didn't understand what I was asking. She was saying that the carbon black trailers are over on the right side of the drop yard is what she was probably talking about. And I was asking her which road I go down. Oh my goodness, this thing feels loaded. These sons of bitches have me pick up and loaded and not give me a bill of lading. This thing is heavy as shit. Maybe it's not loaded. I don't know. That'd be weird to take a loaded out of here. I'm hooking up to 12335 right now, period. I'll be over there within about 30 minutes. All right, I'm going to pause this while I go hook everything up. All right, I forgot to hit record. I forgot where I left off on the video, so it's just been an absolute clusterfuck. I am really frustrated with this account right now. This TSD Logistics is in a residential neighborhood. Their business, their drop yard or whatever, I'm having to drive into a residential neighborhood. There's a sign I just went past that said oversized loads require a permit from the city to go down this road, and they're on this road. I can't avoid this road. They are just on the other side of these railroad tracks, supposedly. So the trailer that they gave me to pick up, they gave me 2 trailer numbers. And the first one I found, I hooked up to, and it felt like it was loaded, and it didn't have a landing gear handle. It was loaded. Apparently somebody at Goodyear was like watching the security cameras, and they called TSD and said, hey, one of your drivers is hooking up to a loaded trailer. And so the TSD rep called me and asked me if the trailer I was hooking up to was loaded, and I said it felt like it was loaded, but I was about to go hook up to the other trailer because it doesn't have a landing gear. And she said, oh, Goodyear just called and said one of your drivers is hooking up to a loaded, so it is probably loaded. And the trailers that don't have landing gears on them, they have a button. There's a panel underneath the trailer that has a button to raise and lower. You have to hook the air lines up to it and let it air up. And then it has like an automatic landing gear. And I was like, okay, cool. So I still don't know how that works because that trailer was loaded. So I had to go find the other trailer, and it wasn't parked where it was supposed to be. So I circled the area where it was supposed to be twice looking for it. And then I went to the front, and I found it up at the very front. It was in like one of the first couple of parking spots up at the very front. Checked that one. It was empty and hooked up to it. And then the agent starts calling me, wanting me to send the proof of delivery so they can get paid, so that they can go ahead and file and get paid. And I've probably gotten a lot of phone calls and text messages. Yeah, probably over a dozen phone calls and text messages, but from the agent, the agent's assistant, the TSD rep, and I don't know who else. It's just been an absolute nightmare. And now I'm having to drive into a residential to try to find their drop yard over here in this residential. I don't know where in the hell it's at. It doesn't show up as a legitimate address on Google. So I'm just going to have to go really slow and look for some kind of sign for TSD Logistics Truck Center here. And as you can see, there's also a train parked on the tracks that just started moving. So yeah, it's been a very fun day. And then I've got this really crappy load that I'm picking up that's going to Morris, Tennessee, I think. 552 miles, a short run. That doesn't deliver until Monday, which I'm going to ask them about that. And Like I'm just kind of ticked off about this whole situation right now. I feel like they're abusing me because I'm only paid by the mile, and they're having me do a lot of like shuttle work, like local shuttle trailer shit. And I was told that half my miles would be empty. I'm really fuming about that because that makes a huge difference in how much money I make. Like I'm only getting about little over 5, somewhere between 5 and 5.5 miles per gallon hauling these heavy loads. So if they're just going to abuse me to just constantly haul, loads and not have me deadheading like normal, like it's like the agent told me would be normal. Like right now, I'm probably recovering a load from another driver that quit or is sick or had to go home or something. This is most likely a load that I'm recovering, that I'm heading over here to their drop yard to get. That would be my guess. So I'm not going to flip my shit yet. I'm going to give it a little bit of time because this is where their terminal is at. This is where they're based out of. So weird shit might happen in this area. But if the weird stuff does not stop pretty soon, then I'm going to tell this guy to find somebody else, and I'm going to go see if the Ford account is still available. Because I'm getting told like 10 different things by 3 different people on all this crap. Like when I was sitting there waiting at receiving for somebody to sign the paperwork, the TSD person said that she checked with her supervisor and I can just drop the trailer. I don't need to get it signed or some crap like that. And I can just do the drop and hook. And then a few minutes later, the assistant at the agency sends me a text message asking me to send a photo of the proof of delivery. So one of them tells me I don't need proof of delivery, and the other one tells me, send the proof of delivery. But I got somebody to sign it. And I'm running out of hours. Just doing all this stuff here locally in Texarkana, I'm running out of time. I'm down to 2 hours and 27 minutes on my clock, on my 14. All right, it's supposed to be right here. Right over here on the right.
Your destination is on the right.
All right, this looks like a business right here. This has got to be it. I'm pulling in. I'm going to ask this guy. Be right back. Do you know where they are?
a black container building there and there.
So go back here and take a left?
Yeah, you don't get off this drop. You see how the road takes you, where the road takes you right?
Yeah.
Stay your left and go back to the drop.
All right, thank you. All right, he told me to stay on this road, and when it goes right and left, go left. And it's at the back of the property, black building, can't miss it. Yeah, this would really suck if another truck was on this road. All right, I'm starting to see TSD stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and park here. Over there? All right, so he pointed over to the right. I think he wants me to back it in over there. He says that's good. All right, I'm going to pause this while I drop this trailer. All right, so I'm not sure if I'm going to record the rest of the day. So here's the plan. I thought that I was doing a drop and hook here, but what's happening is I dropped the trailer, and then they hooked up to it, and they took it into the building over to my right, and they're loading it. And I'm taking that to Morrison, Tennessee. So that's what's going on right now is I'm waiting for them to load it. They told me it's going to take about an hour to load it, and they're trying to hurry up and get done because once they finish, they can go home. And that's the reason that the TSD rep has been pestering me trying to figure out when exactly I'm going to be over here is because these guys are basically sitting around waiting to load this thing so they can go home. They're about to start their weekend. It's Friday, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's Friday. I'm filling up my my soapy water bottle is just about empty, so I'm filling it up right now, and then I've got to go figure out which container my Dawn dishwashing liquid is in and put a couple of drops in there. You don't want to put very much in there because you just want it to thin the water. If you put too much, then you're going to have soapy residue, and you're going to have to use water to get the soapy residue off. You just want enough soap to thin it out a little bit. Okay, so it's not that one. Hopefully it's this one. Is it this one? It does not look like it's that one. Oh, is it the one that's sitting on the floor? I didn't realize I had so much soap in the truck. I brought more soap with me. There's certain items that I just keep stocking and stocking in the truck because I don't realize how much of it I already have. So there are some items in the truck like soap that I have in great abundance. Alright, it's not in there. So it's in one of these that I haven't searched well enough yet. There it is. You see, when you're certain it's in something and you really look, then you find it. And this Dawn dishwashing bottle probably lasts me forever with just using a couple of drops in these spray bottles. I put way too much in there. I put more than a couple of drops. So let me put the lid back on here so I don't have to worry about it spilling. And then we'll talk about what's going on. So I am a little fired up. I'm a little ticked off. I've been talking about the reasons I'm ticked off. You know, I was told I'd be running empty. You know, all these things. I just finished talking to the Landstar agent. And my guess is the reason he wanted me to call him was to make sure I was okay with the load. He didn't say that, but he didn't really have anything to say. I think all he wanted to know was, did I see the load? And he was just waiting to hear what I had to say about it. So I'm not going to raise hell over the load yet, over this dedicated account. We'll just see how it goes from here on out. He told me that he's pretty sure the place I'm delivering is 24/7. So I should be able to deliver this as soon as I can get there. And then he said he's going to give me a load for Monday so I can just deadhead to wherever my load's picking up on Monday after I deliver this load. But he said he's working on that right now. Well, that got most of the bugs off. Let's give it another shot though. So yeah, as ticked off as I am about the account, this could just be because this is where they're based out of. And that's the reason that I'm doing this. This is probably a recovery that I'm doing. So all of this is probably a little abnormal. So I'm going to give it time and just see how everything goes. As you know, even though I get mad about this stuff, I don't tend to just react. I tend to think things through quite a bit before I make a decision on something. Unless, you know, there's something that's just like really, really bad, something egregious. Like they just flat out lied to me about the rate. Yeah, that's not something I need to think about. We're not doing business anymore. So, yeah, the Landstar agent told me that I'm the first driver he's ever had on this account that the customer went out of their way to compliment. So I think Caitlin, the TSD person I've been working with, has told Tony, the Landstar agent, that she likes me because I communicate effectively. So, I don't know what to say about that. If like I have just been giving the most basic of communication to them, what they asked for, I'm picking up this trailer, you know, stuff like that. So if other people can't be bothered to do that, then yeah, that's kind of sad. I haven't been like harassing them with communication. I've just been providing the most basic stuff. So yeah, what I'm waiting to hear from right now is confirm that this can be delivered 24/7 and to get my load set up for what the hell is this? I got a damn email from Goodyear. So whenever I checked in at Goodyear and they asked for my email, they apparently sent me some email communication about the load. Let me drink some more of my Hawaiian Punch. All right, let me refill my Hawaiian Punch. Refill it and throw it in the cooler. So I don't have enough room in my refrigerator right now to put the Hawaiian Punch in there to keep it cold all the time. So what I'm doing is I'm just pouring it into my cup, and then I'm throwing the cup in the refrigerator and letting that cool off. But pretty soon I'll have enough room in the refrigerator. All right. Got that filled up. Got it in the cooler, so when I start driving, I'll have cold Hawaiian Punch, or tropical punch or whatever you want to call it. So I've already got my bill of lading for this load. So it looks like it's 30,865 pounds. So it's not extremely heavy. It's 14,000 pounds lighter than the last load. So what my plan is right now, I need to head to, I think it's around Nashville, Tennessee is where Morrison's at. I think it's southeast of Nashville. I can't remember, but I'm heading in that direction. I'm heading in the direction of Nashville. And my plan is there is a TA truck stop about an hour from here. This trip, the total trip mileage is, let me look at it here. It's 562 miles according to Google, and it's 48 miles to the TA. So I've got 2 hours and 19 minutes of drive time left, and I should be running up against my 14-hour clock here pretty soon. There is a 33-minute difference between my 14-hour clock and my drive clock. So in 33 minutes, I'm going to be running against my 14-hour clock instead of my 11-hour drive clock. I'll be running up against my 14. So once I get loaded, I should have enough time to make it 48 miles on Interstate 30 to a TA in Prescott, Arkansas. And my plan is when I get there to take a shower and then crawl into bed and pass out. And I'm probably not going to set an alarm. I'm just going to sleep as long as I can. It's 100 degrees outside. I don't have the air conditioner at the highest level. And it's 77 degrees. In the truck. 77 degrees in the truck. 100 degrees outside. Yeah, this air conditioner struggles to keep up with hot temperatures. And it's not so much the air conditioner as it is the way this truck is built. It's just so poorly insulated. And it has an absolutely insane greenhouse effect. So when there's direct sunlight on the truck, it gets really hot in here. Like in the winter, I'll have to roll the windows down if there's direct sunlight through the windshield, because it'll get up to like 80 plus degrees in here when it's like 20 degrees outside. That's how much greenhouse effect there is on this. So yeah, the air conditioner struggles in hot weather because of just the crappy design of this truck. So it's only one more hour. I think I probably will record driving to driving to Prescott, and then we'll have the whole drive shift. I think we'll have the whole drive shift recorded. There were some times where I forgot to turn the, play button back on. I forgot to unpause, but for the most part, I think we have the whole drive shift recorded. The next load is paying above the contract rate, but not as much as this one. It's paying, let me look at it. Let me bust out the Kukalader. I've gotten everything else done. I submitted my paperwork already, and I have the GPS plotted in, and I'm pretty sure everything is done. So I can take a look at this. So it's 397. So the freight bill miles is 552. Actual miles, according to Google, is 562. So that's really close. That's really good. But they did not start the trip over at Goodyear and do this extra stop here. So not that great. So I didn't get paid to drive from Goodyear to here. But it was only 3 miles, but it was city traffic. It was driving around in town for 3 miles. All right, so fuel surcharge. Let's figure out what they're paying fuel surcharge. It's $3.97 for 552. So 71.9, almost 72 cents a mile. So it's $13.57.60. So it's $2.46 a mile is what it's paying on the line haul. So it's supposed to pay $2.40 a mile line haul. It's paying $2.46. It's supposed to pay, well, the fuel surcharge fluctuates. So it's paying 72 cents a mile fuel surcharge. So let's figure out what I'm making on it. It's $13.57.60, 1357.6 times 0.7. I get 70% of that. So that's $950.32. Plus I get all the fuel surcharge, which is $3.97, right? Yep, $3.97. So I'm getting $1,347.32. Divide that by 552 miles. I'm getting $2.44 per mile. So I'm getting more than the agreed upon contract rate, but not by a whole lot. So with the fuel surcharge going up by 4 cents, well, by 2 cents, I should be getting $2.40 a mile, and I'm getting $2.44. So I'm getting 4 cents a mile over the contract rate. So far, I have not gotten paid what the Landstar agent told me I would get paid. I've gotten paid a little bit more. But I haven't hauled an empty load yet. We'll see what they pay on that. But they pair empty and loaded loads together most of the time. So it shouldn't be different. So I was getting paid, what was that, 13 something on that? $13.47 is what I'm getting paid on this next load. And then I got $19.19 on the last load. So this will be $3,266.32 gross to the truck on these two loads. $3,200 gross to the truck on just these two loads. And that's basically 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because this load will be done on Saturday. So I worked all day Thursday, all day Friday, and all day Saturday, and it'll be roughly $3,200. And I had like 9 hours in the shop, so I was delayed quite a bit. $3,200 over 3 days. That's basically half a week. And that's $3,200 gross to the truck. Which is roughly in the ballpark I expected. It's somewhere in the ballpark. I was expecting about $7,100 a week gross to the truck. And then after fuel costs, I would be making about $4,100 per week. So the money is good, but everything else has been kind of frustrating. But as I learn what's going on, everything should be good to go. I hope the drama tones down a little bit, because I am getting a little frustrated. But the money does seem pretty good. And as soon as I deliver this load, hopefully I'll have my next load, and I'll just be able to leave from there and start heading in that direction. And then at some point, I'll run out of hours. And you know what? Actually, my next pickup on Monday, I might get there early enough that I can do a 34 this weekend. It would probably be best if I have my 34s on the weekend, because that's when most of these places are closed. If I'm doing my 34s during the week, then that's going to be inefficient. So I should probably just run as hard as I can to get to the location of my next load after this one, and see if I can't do a 34 before I deliver on the next load. And then I'll have like a fresh set of 70 to go on Monday. I don't think I can do that. But we'll try. I was really not expecting them to have their own like stockpile of this carbon black crap. I was not expecting to get here, and they actually load trailers here with that carbon black stuff. I need to wash my hands. I want to wash my hands, but at the same time, I'm like, you know what? I'm about to hook up to this trailer. My hands are going to get filthy again. That's one of the things that sucks about hauling this stuff, is there is like this really fine black dust all over everything. So it is really hard to not get black dust all over everything, all over your, like my hands are always just covered in this black dust. But yeah, I'm going to get to the TA, take a shower. I don't even think I'm going to eat. I'm not that hungry. I think I'm just going to snack right now while I'm waiting. Let me grab this bag of chips. And that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to just eat this bag of chips right here. I'm going to chow down on some Ripple. This Ripple brand chips. Every time I say Ripple, it reminds me of this this drink, this alcoholic beverage, Sanford and Son. I don't know if it was Ripple, but I think it was called Ripple. But I think it's a drink that's not made anymore. And Sanford and Son, they would always talk about Ripple. So every time I see these Ripple potato chips, these great value brand Ripple potato chips, I think of that. I think of Sanford and Sons and that Ripple alcoholic drink. So anyway, I'm going to pause this so you don't hear me crunching on what are these cheddar and sour cream Ripple potato chips. So I'm going to pause this. I'll be back in a minute. All right, they're pulling out with the trailer right now. And Caitlin sent me a text and said that the trailer's ready to go, paperwork's on the nose. That's not quite true, because the manager already handed me the paperwork. I've had the paperwork the whole time they've been loading, but they're just wrapping up loading. And they're pulling the trailer out right now. You'll see it in a second. I hope they just drop it heading in the direction I'm leaving. I would prefer that than them backing it in over there. Right there. Drop it right there. He's backing it in over there, so I pulled forward so he could do an easier swing. We'll just park here and wait for him to get disconnected. Looked like the manager already left. He hopped in little TSD pickup and took off about 10 minutes ago. I think as soon as these guys finish, they're going to head out for the day. The guy, whenever I was dropping the trailer, not this guy, but the other guy here, was like, don't crank it down that much. Just crank it down until it touches and then pull out from underneath it. And I was like, all right, I did it, but that's not the way you're supposed to do it. So I have a bad feeling that that's the way this guy's going to do it. No, it looks like he cranked it all the way down. Whenever they do it like that, it can be really rough backing under one of these things. Especially when they're loaded. All right, this guy jacked it up pretty high. Let me go take a look real quick and make sure that it's not going to high hook. Yeah, it's about 3 inches too high. So we'll just drop it down a little bit. All right. That was a little bit of work, not too bad. I would much rather have a trailer a little bit too high than too low. It's a lot easier to lower than raise landing gear on a heavy load. As you can tell, I'm breathing heavy. It's really hard to crank these things, even when you're lowering the landing gear, even in low mode. So just a minute, be right back. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. Let's make our way out of here to get to the interstate. And I've got 1 hour and 55 minutes left on my 14-hour clock. which should be plenty of time to get to the TA in Prescott. It is 3:47 p.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in Texarkana, Texas. We're in the Texas side right now. And there was crap flying off the top. The wind was blowing stuff off the top. So I got just covered in that black soot when I was walking around the trailer doing my inspection. So yeah, a shower sounds really nice. I wonder if this guy that lives in this house right here is the one that owns all this property. The guy that was mowing the lawn that I asked where TSD's at. All right, definitely clear to the right. Left is a little bit of a blind turn. All right, looks good. Rubbing the trees, we're rubbing the trees. That local right there driving through here gave me the thumbs up. Maybe trucks aren't supposed to go this direction. Maybe we're supposed to only go the other direction. Because I don't know if they meant the thumbs up as like being polite, or if it's like, good job, bro. Way to go. Going the wrong damn way on a restricted road. Because they do have this sign over here that says that oversized loads require a permit.
At the next light, turn left. At the light, turn left onto Texas Boulevard.
Google is trying to reroute me already.
At the next light, turn right.
No, Google. I'm not going to drive all the way across town on side streets. It's want me to turn right on College Drive. Whereas if I keep going straight north, I'll run into I-30. But it's wanting me to cut over to the It's wanting me to go straight east on city streets and probably hook up with I don't know what road and then have me go north. But it wants me to turn right here, and I'm not going to. We're on State Road 14 right now, and we're going to stay on State Road 14 until we intersect with some boulevard, and then that boulevard is pretty close to the interstate. It's always a good sign when you're driving down a road and there are signs that say no trucks going on side roads. Like this college drive that Google's trying to get me to go on, it says no trucks on both directions. When I'm driving through cities, I always try to stay on like state roads or highways when I'm driving through town. And that's what we're on right now, is a state road. This thing curves around, and then we make a left turn. Yeah, they've got no truck signs on almost every side street. I'm going to go ahead and get in the left lane. And watch it be like a double left. I need to get back over in the right lane. We'll find out at the last second, because that's the way they do signs.
Quarter mile, turn left onto North State Line Avenue.
All right, if it is a double left, then I'm okay in this lane. Looks like it's a single left. So State Line Avenue runs right into I-30.
At the light, turn left onto North State Line Avenue.
Well, damn, isn't that nice? You sons of bitches. We're running it. We're running it. I'm not gonna sit there. That light turned green just as I was rolling up to it. It just very quickly turned red.
In half a mile, turn right onto I-30 frontage road, Field Avenue.
Got a pedestrian standing in the roadway about to make a run. There they go for it. All right, we're about to get on the frontage road.
mile, use the left lane to take the I-30 East ramp.
Yeah, let's get over on the left. This is a frontage road, so we still have to merge onto the on-ramp and then merge onto the interstate. All right, now we're getting off the service road onto the on-ramp.
Use the left lane to take the I-30 East ramp, then merge onto I-30 East.
Traffic is pretty thick. Let's see how difficult it's going to be to get on here. All right, this asshole is not letting me on. All right, we got a spot. I wish they had longer on-ramps, like with merge lanes, instead of just like straight onto the damn interstate. Good luck. Seems like the only place they have really long merge lanes are out in the middle of nowhere where they're not as needed. I mean, they're needed everywhere. They should be everywhere. But in urban areas like this, densely populated areas where there's tons of traffic, where they're really, really needed, this seems to be where the on-ramps are the shortest. And there's no merge lanes. All right, what is going on with this logging truck? We're doing 62 and catching up with this logging truck. Up. You know, if you had signals on that damn thing, I would have known that you were turning. But loggers apparently don't know how to use signals.
There are police reported ahead.
All right, we got the cruise set at 65. And traffic should die down pretty quick once we get to the edge of town, because there's not a whole lot east of Texarkana. Little Rock is about the closest thing, and it's a bit of a drive. 42 miles to go. And for some reason, Google is telling me to take an exit in 12 miles. Nah, Google, I'm not going to do that. And the fuel price at the TA that I'm going to stay the night at is like really cheap. Well, relative to how expensive fuel is. I want to say that my price here was like $4.13 a gallon. That's like 20 cents a gallon cheaper than where I fueled up in Vernon. So I might top off whenever I leave this place. I'm just a hair under 3/4 of a tank. Let's see what it says my fuel. 5.7 miles per gallon has been my average since I reset. And with this load being 14,000 pounds lighter than the last load, we're going up a slight grade right now. And now it's flattened out. I'm getting like 7.5 miles per gallon on flat land with this much lighter load. That's how much of a difference the weight makes. 30,000 pound load versus 44,000 pound load. Huge difference in miles per gallon. That last like 5,000 pounds on a load makes a massive difference. If you get into that final, if you get over 75,000 pounds gross, everything changes. If you're running under 75,000 pounds gross, everything feels a lot different than running over 75. That last 5,000 pounds on a load is just really hard on the truck. Burning coal. I thought that fad had faded out. We got a lifted truck up here burning coal. I've been told that that's really bad on the engine. It's really bad for like everything, the exhaust system, the engine, everything. Because to get it to blow really black smoke like that, the engine is like, the fuel mixture is really bad. The fuel air mixture is really bad or something like that. I can't remember the details. Some mechanic explained it to me.
Police report ahead.
slowly catching up with this thing in front of me. I don't know what in the hell it is. Is that a Conestoga? I feel like I gotta sneeze. I'm trying to hold it back. Probably got some of that black crap in my nose. It's probably gonna take 2 years off my life hauling these loads, breathing in all this black soot. Yeah, it looks like a Conestoga. And there goes a little Expedite, a little semi truck with a baby trailer. I don't see much of those anymore. Those were really big during the freight boom. I'm wondering if the amount of freight available to those died off or something, because I don't see as much of them anymore. There were like entire fleets dedicated to that. Like, what was it, Panther? Was a fleet of Expedite trucks? I can't remember. $128 miles to Little Rock. All right, it's 4 p.m. I should be shut down by 5 p.m. 128 miles, 35 miles, so it'd be about 100 miles away. So roughly an hour and a half. And I should be driving again by about 3 a.m. I'm probably lying about setting my alarm, not setting an alarm. I'm most likely still going to set an alarm and get rolling as soon as my 10-hour break is up. But, yeah, if I get rolling at 3 a.m., then I will be able to make it through the Little Rock area by like 5 a.m. Oh, that sucks. I'll be rolling into Memphis probably like right at rush hour. Maybe I'll get in there a little after rush hour. I don't know what the mileage is to Memphis. Memphis is one of those cities that I do not like to drive in because it has some of the most reckless drivers. Houston is the worst. Well, I don't know what it is currently, but based off of the last time I drove through all the cities, last time I drove through Houston, it was the worst. But Memphis was up there. It was Yeah, Google is being really stupid. Google wants me to exit off the interstate and take a highway that runs alongside the interstate. I don't know why. Maybe I-30 is a toll road, or there's an accident. I think I have it set up to avoid tolls, because when you're running across Texas, especially the Dallas-Fort Worth area, if you don't have it on avoid tolls, it'll have you taking every damn express lane through town. So most likely this is I-30's turning into a toll road, which I don't remember I-30 being a toll road. I don't think it is a toll road. There might be an accident. That might be why Google is trying to reroute me down this highway that runs alongside I-30. Let's see what happens when Google reroutes. Nothing. Google's not showing any delay. So Google thought that it was going to, shave off 2 seconds for me to take the highway instead of the interstate. I disagree, Google. All right, let me slurp some of my tropical punch. Man, I really like sugar water. Be even better if it's colder. It's pretty cool for just being in the cooler. Not even the freezer, just like the refrigerator for the last, 30 minutes or so. Is this that same one? Or is that a different one? I think that's a different little expedite. Almost done for the day. And I'm going to be able to get a full night's rest. Oh, it's going to be so nice. I haven't eaten anything since I left the house except Ripple chips and a chocolate peanut butter wafer. I'm not going to eat anything before I go to bed. If I get up early, maybe I'll make something. And there are a lot of vehicles on this road. I was certain that traffic would clear up once I got like 10 or 15 miles out of Texarkana, but it is not clearing up. I forgot that this is like a major corridor between Texarkana, Arkansas and West Memphis, Arkansas on I-30 and I-40. It is like an extremely heavily used corridor for trucks and vehicles, because to go from anywhere from Texas to California, from the Los Angeles, from Southern California all the way across Texas, any load leaving from any of those areas that's going up to like Chicago or anywhere like straight east over to like Tennessee or anywhere in between those, almost all of those vehicles go on this corridor right here of I-30 and I-40. This should be like a 4-lane road. I-30 and I-40 between Texarkana and West Memphis, Arkansas should be like a 4-lane road on each side. Oh wow, I'm driving through a state that actually has way stations that are open. I forgot about that. I've been used to driving in Texas, like I ignore way station signs. I just got the bypass on this one, and it's probably actually open. Arkansas is one of the states that's kind of anal. It's closed on their way stations. It looks like it's under construction. That's the reason it's closed. Arkansas way stations are usually open. Yeah. I think the only reason that thing's closed is because it's under construction. I was going to say maybe they're building another one, but that one looks fairly new. That TA is going to be packed tonight. I'm going to have to try to, hopefully there's hardly anybody there right now, and hopefully I'm going to be able to find a spot where it's really easy to back in on either side of me. And it's unlikely that there's going to be creative parkers blocking me in. Because I don't want to wake up and have to beat on doors and argue with people for an hour to be able to leave. Hope, Arkansas, next 2 exits. And traffic is thick. Once they get to West Memphis, Arkansas, the traffic spreads out in all different directions. "14 miles. I hope the place that I have to go to pick up my next load is a really long deadhead. I have a really bad feeling, though, that it's going to go to Virginia. I suspect this carbon black crap, is some kind of coal product. I don't know if it's oil or coal or what, but West Virginia is known for coal mines. They give me up here Nashville instead of sending me down to Louisiana. They might send me to Virginia or West Virginia. I really hate getting over here in the damn east. This is a nice trailer. I'm not having any electrical issues or any air pressure issues. It's holding solid air pressure and no ABS errors, no flashing lights or anything like that. Alright, that looks like I'm catching up with a slow truck. I've got 9 miles to go. And I might have an opportunity to pass here in a minute. Got 2 4-wheelers. These 4-wheelers are... Oh, why in the hell would you do that? What? Can you not judge speed, you dumbass? Now another 4-wheeler just hopped out alongside me. So now I'm jammed in. This truck's gonna... There it goes. I was about to say he's gonna whip back over in the left lane. And now I've got a truck flying up on me. I can't get over in the left lane. There's just so many people passing me. After this truck, I think I can get over because there's a gap in between this truck and the next vehicles. What's been happening is every time there's a gap, that gap closes and the cars catch up with me before I can get over. And they get over in the left lane before the vehicles. But now we got an opening. And these people are so aggressive. You see, like, how much tailgating that hazmat is doing? I'm struggling to pass that slow truck. I had to speed up to 68 to get around it. So I think it's sped up. Six miles to go. Shower and sleep. Sounds so good. And please, no one hit me at the truck stop tonight. Please, I can't take any more drama. We're getting there, 2.7 miles. Just as traffic is starting to thin out a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. We're probably in between traffic clusters.
Take exit 44 for US 371, Arkansas 24 toward Prescott.
All right, we're taking exit 44, which looks like it's the next exit.
Half a mile, take exit 44 for US 371, Arkansas 24 toward Prescott. Take exit 44. At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto Arkansas 24 West, US 371 North.
All right, it's traffic. We're clear. We're clear.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Nevada 30.
Yeah, I don't want to be facing into the sun, but priority is don't get hit. So whatever spot I can find that is the easiest for people to back in alongside me, and least likely that I'm going to be stuck with creative parkers.
Turn right onto Nevada 30. In 800 feet, your destination will be on the right.
These are some big holes in the road. Oh my goodness. Oh! Oh! Damn. That'll beat you to death. I'm getting the warning message right now that,
Your destination is in the right.
I'm getting the warning message that I have less than an hour on my clock. And this parking lot has got some holes in it. Tons of parking spots that would be really easy for me to get into right now, but when this place fills up, it requires an alley dock. What the hell is going on down here? I think, oh no. I was hoping these spots down here at the end would be straight out into the, what the hell's with this asshole? Just parked in the roadway. All of these parking spots, and this guy's just parked right where he's not supposed to be. All right, this is probably the best area to be in. And it looks like it gets wider as we go up. Yeah, this is really wide. Make sure these are not reserved. So these are almost straight back. I'm going to park next to this Landstar right here. These are almost straight back spots. Because there's so much room here. I'll be really mad if somebody hits me in these spots, because this is basically a damn straight back. And the reserve spots start like 10 spots up from here. Uh-oh, this is not good. It's got me rethinking my whole life right now. It doesn't look like these lines are straight. Let me get out and look, because it looks like yeah, Yeah, the lines are not straight, but there should be enough room. I'm going to go see how close I am to the curb. Well, you can't get any closer because I'm touching it. Pull forward a little bit. All right. I think the trailer was pushing my tractor whenever I set the brakes on it. So I just released the brakes on my tractor and let it settle. And then set the brakes again. But yeah, it's basically a straight back. These spots are pretty tight though. I am hugging the left side of the spot and the right side is really tight. But beggars can't be choosers. I probably would not park in this parking lot normally, but I just don't have the time to go somewhere else. All right, what's this trailer number? 12616? I think it's 12616. All right, so I'm going to abruptly end this video. We've had plenty of time together, so I don't need to wrap up, I don't think. I'm just going to hurry up and put my shower bag together and go take a shower and then crawl back in here and shut all the blinds, shut all the everything, and get as much sleep as I can. So anyway, have a good one. Bye.